Good morning, everyone. Oh, I got to make a little adjustment here. You are looking live. That is Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, Israel, where many people are out there awaiting the return of the hostages. And this is, I got to figure out what's what. There? Oh, I got to put this, I think I'm going to put this in the corner. I don't even know what I'm going to do here. There's just too much going on. That right there is Re'im, Israel. Re'im military base in Israel right there. So we got two things going on. That's both Israel. But maybe it's better to just switch back and forth full screen. I don't know. But you have Re'im military base in the corner, and then you have Tel Aviv, Israel Hostages Square in the big shot. And what's going to happen is, from what I understand, the hostage release, it's reportedly going to start at 8 a.m. Israel time, which is in 55 minutes. Double check all this. That's the last I heard. Yeah. 8 a.m. Israel time is in 55 minutes. So Re'im military base is where the hostages are going to be brought to. So you're seeing a bunch of emergency vehicles with lights on at Re'im military base. So we're going to be covering it. And then President Trump is supposed to land in Israel in about an hour and 15 minutes. So President Trump, I guess, might greet the hostages, be one of the people greeting the hostages when they come back. Okay. Emerald City Transparency says, you did a poll when this agreement was written. I was one of the 15% who said that they would be freed. Did I say they would be freed, or would they be freed in the next few weeks? Well, it looks like it's happening. It's certainly promising. It looks like it's going to happen. We have about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners are supposed to be released after the Israeli hostages. The 20 living, and I think about 28 dead are supposed to. I don't know how many of the dead hostages are going to be released today. I mean, I don't know. Supposedly there might be some. It might be difficult to find. But I believe all of the living hostages are supposed to be released today. Let me try to get some updates for you. We're just getting on the air here. So I don't know if there's going to be waves today. So I-24 News English had reported that there were going to be one wave starting at 8 a.m. in Gaza City, and a second wave of hostages around 9:30 a.m. Israel time in central and southern Gaza. So we'll have to see about exactly, but there's supposed to be 2 waves of hostages released, and I believe all of the living hostages are supposed to be released today. All right, so I'm going to be getting updates here, and give me one moment here if you can. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to get a couple things up on the screen so I can see them. And we'll be covering President Trump's trip to the Middle East. He's going to Israel and then to Egypt. Times of Israel says that the Israeli President Herzog will tell U.S. President Trump that President Trump will be awarded Israel's highest civilian honor for brokering the ceasefire and hostage release agreement. That's according to the president's office in Israel. Okay, hang on a moment. Sydney, our viewer, says, I'm a bit nervous. Pray all goes smoothly. So we are looking at Hostages Square, Tel Aviv in Israel, and also the Reim military base in Israel. I don't have it one thing written where we're looking at because I have a feeling we're going to be switching shots. So actually, I can do this live. Tel Aviv and I have to spell this right. Reim military base. Let me fix this. Live Tel Aviv and Reim military base, Israel. I can put some sound up in a second. First, I want to thank you for being here. It is 6:09 a.m. in Madrid, where I am. It is 12:09 a.m. on the East Coast of the United States. And hey, I want to thank our moderators for being here. We have Ruth Krafasi is here. Thank you, Ruth. Roberts May Queen is moderating. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. Thanks also to, I want to thank all of our moderators. Hang on. Idaho Star is moderating on Twitch. Thank you, Idaho Star. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. I am doing this from Madrid while I am traveling, so I apologize in advance for any technical issues that might pop up. It can be a little more difficult to do these streams when I'm on the road. Thanks also to our Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body is over there. Thanks, Kay Margaret Riley. And hey, a couple quick thank yous. Thanks so much to Temi Dank for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Temi Dank. I am Charlie. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron McCune and Mark Barnes and Jason Casper and Lacey. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. As often when I travel, I get sick. So I had a bad cold. Well, it wasn't too bad. I had a cold for about the first week, but I'm doing a lot better now. Thank you also, Tom Witcher. Thank you, Tom. So again, we have our clock on. In 49 minutes and 10 seconds, that's when the hostage releases are supposed to begin from Gaza. Okay? That's when the first one's supposed to start in about 49 minutes. And President Trump arrives in about an hour and 10 minutes. I wonder if Trump's plane is on Flight Radar 24. I didn't even check. What is the sound like on the, are they playing music on this? Hold on. No. Here's
אני חושב שבתנאים הנוכחיים היה הטוב ביותר שניתן היה להשיג. אפילו הצלחנו להגיע לשם לכמה הישגים מבחינת את מי אנחנו משחררים ואת מי אנחנו לא משחררים.
It sounds like they're simulcasting some program, like maybe a news program or something there. Anyways, I'm going to turn that down for now. I think it'll be a little distracting. But we'll check in. I can put the sound on for either of them. But for now, I'm going to turn that down. And you know, I also have a shot. I have a shot from Gaza I can put up for you guys, too. I should put up, where is that from? I have a view of the Gaza Strip I'm going to put up, too. Well, I'll just show it to you. I can't put everything up at once because it gets to be crazy. Oh, wait, there's a helicopter. I'm seeing a helicopter. Hey, look, it's a helicopter flying. Now, I don't know what this is for. That is a helicopter flying at Re'im military base. Okay, for whatever it's worth. Could be doing a lot of things. So, I mean, the Re'im military base is where the hostages are supposed to end up going. I don't know if that's a helicopter that, in theory, will pick up a hostage at some point. I have no idea. Or hostages, I can't tell you. But that is Re'im military base. That is a live shot. Re'im is not far. It's a few miles from the Gaza border. Several miles from the Gaza border. That's where Re'im is. Again, I'm not sure what relation, if any, that helicopter has to the whole hostage exchange. But it's an interesting shot. The hostages are not supposed to start getting released for about 45 minutes. No, I don't think there are any hostages in the copter. I mean, I could be wrong. The reporting I saw said the hostages are not going to start getting released for 45 minutes. Who knows? Maybe there's a hostage in there. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible a hostage or one or more hostages got released earlier than scheduled. I do not know. We're looking at it right now. We're looking at the helicopter for whatever it's worth. This live coverage. See who gets out. I don't have info. I mean, this could be a helicopter that's going to pick up hostages eventually. Right? It's not a long ride for it to pick up hostages, so that might be a helicopter that's actually going to pick them up. 20 living hostages are supposed to, there are 20 living hostages that are supposedly all going to be returned. Hey, thanks to I Am Charlie. I really appreciate it. Kiwi, thank you for the memberships. Thank you. Kieran Wilson, thanks for being a member. AJ Krause, thanks for being a member. AJ says Hamas usually makes a show of these releases. I believe there's going to be no ceremony today. Some of the hostages releases in the past, Hamas made a big show of. I know Israel did not like that. So I believe today you are not going to see some kind of parading of the hostages in Gaza. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. Oh, thanks so much to John RD2. Oh, John RT2 said Trump's plane was seen an hour ago on flight radar, then coverage stopped. I forgot to check. John also thinks this is a Sea King helicopter, like a Navy version of a Black Hawk. Hey, thank you so much, John RD2. Thank you, John. I was going to check here. I forgot. Too much happening. Yeah, so I can say, for whatever it's worth, My guess is that Trump's plane is not visible on Flight Radar 24 because there's not really a very, if it were, there'd be a lot of people tracking it. So sometimes you can see it. My guess is it's not on Flight Radar 24 right now. I don't know if it's on ADSB Exchange. You can message me if it's on ADSB Exchange. Hey, thanks, Kiwi. I appreciate that, Kiwi. Thank you. Yeah, wow. I mean, you know, over 2 years ago, we covered the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. Here we are 2 years and 6 days later. Just to show you also, there are people, that's a shot of, it's coming up, that's people at the Tel Aviv in Hostages Square, waiting for the hostages there. Might be some, maybe hostage families there. Hostages Square is where people have gathered, I want to say for years now, to call for the release of hostages. And there are it's a huge crowd there at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. And then this is Re'im military base near Gaza. And there's people, so there's a bunch of emergency vehicles. The hostages are going to be brought. I think they're initially maybe flown to Re'im military base and then they go to like hospitals, I think. Anyways, there's people on the street there to greet the hostages as they drive by. Dr. McRib says, I remember being on this stream on October 7th.
I'm recovering from trouble.
It's a little loud. I'm going to turn down the volume. It's a little loud. Let me turn down the volume a bit. Sorry. We got to keep things under control volume-wise. Still a little loud. Okay. So, hey, thanks Jenny Ann for your support. So look, you know, the first phase of this agreement, which has been signed, what's been signed is the first phase, and that calls for the Israeli hostages to be returned from Gaza to Israel. About 2,000 Palestinian prisoners get released. Israel's going to withdraw partway from where they were before. I think they already have. They might withdraw further once the hostages are given back. But they're not going to withdraw completely out of Gaza yet. But that's by no means the end of things. It has not been settled how much or whether Hamas will disarm. It has not been settled whether Hamas is going to have a role in the governance of post-war Gaza. It has not been settled what kind of security force is going to enforce security in Gaza. It has not been, no kind of detailed rebuilding plan has been settled. So it's not even, we don't even know for sure that the fighting has stopped. It stopped right now, but what's been agreed on is this first phase: hostage return, Palestinian prisoners released by Israel, a partial withdrawal by Israel, a stop of fight, a ceasefire. But we'll have to see what happens in the future. Thank you to. Let me actually put up both broadcasts right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this here. I'm going to get both shots up. I'm going to make this a little smaller now. So we'll do the split screen here. Hang on, it takes me a second to do this. For now, we'll be taking comments from you guys. But again, I have the clock. I have the clock up for when the hostage release is to start beginning. Quick thanks to, Trump's plane is on ADSB, says Air Force USA. Where is Trump's plane on ADSB exchange? I'll show it to you. Thank you, Angelic Slayer, Just Me, I Am Charlie, Nikos Kostianis, and Jenny Ann, and Kiwi. Thank you. Next to Malta, that's where it is. All right, let me look this up on ADSB exchange. I gotta find Trump's plane so I can show you. Okay, hold on. I'm pulling it up right now. What's the number of it? I'm looking. I'm at Malta right now. Oh, this is it right here. Is this it, guys? I think I found it. I think I found it on ADSB Exchange. Hang on. Let me. I don't think I'm signed into ADSB Exchange. Let me sign in first. Am I signed in? Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment here. Then I'll go over to ADSB Exchange. I'm just signing in. ADSB Exchange is a flight tracker. It's very good. Both it and Flight Radar 24 are great. Okay, now, where is the map? Okay, so here is ADSB Exchange. Okay, you can see that now, and there is Trump's plane. Is that Trump's plane right there? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? I should do a search for it. Is it 92-9000? 92-9000? Search. There it is right there. Okay, I did it. Steve did it. Steve did it. There it is. That's it, right? Can someone confirm for me? Looks like it's it. So this is adsbexchange.com is what you are looking at right now. Oops, you know what I got to do? You know what I got to do is I got to change something here real quick. Get a little wider there. And there. Okay, so that is President Trump's plane, and it is heading to Israel, which is here. See where my pointer is here? And there it is there. It's supposed to land in about an hour. Oh, let me go back to the helicopter showing. There's a helicopter now, another helicopter flying from on the Reem Air Base shot. So let's make this big. They just had the helicopter. What happened? All right. Hey, thanks to Tom Witcher. Tom says, hoping the truce holds and lasting peace endures. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. Also, Prolang DKK, who says, God bless Trump and all who made this possible. Oh, did it actually pop up on Flight Radar Go Gadget? Because it wasn't there before. No, that's not it on Flight Radar 24. I'm hearing a helicopter. Are we going to see it? Let's see. Hold on. The camera is panning at Reem Air Base. There is a helicopter. So maybe that's another one. Is that another one landing there? What's happening? These might be the helicopters that are going to pick up the hostages. Reem is close to Gaza. Look at that. Thank you, Purple Cat Audio, by the way, who says, a journey of a lifetime begins with one small step. Gary Barnes says, I wonder if the hostages will be seen by the live cameras. They might be seen in the distance. I don't think that live cameras are gonna be close up on the hostages. Thank you also, Susie Blout. I very much appreciate that. We just saw, that's a different helicopter than the one that landed, right? Before? about 10 minutes ago. So in 32 minutes, hostages are going to start being released in Gaza. Evie Shore says they said they want to give them their privacy. Yes, the time in Israel is currently 7:28 a.m. I'm sorry I don't have the clock up. I am in Madrid right now, so things are a little more difficult to do. So I have to keep it a little bit simpler. Hopefully everything works. Hey, thanks, Sydney, for the memberships. That's super nice of you. Also, thank you to, to 2 helicopters there now. Again, those might be the copters that are going to go pick up the hostages. Hey, thanks Stunned in the North for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Arizona Toaster for the bits on Twitch. And CC for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you also, LeGrant Jackson. Yeah, LeGrant Jackson. I was when this deal was originally proposed a couple weeks ago, I was very skeptical of it. I was surprised. I was thinking that. So my thinking, which I said at the time, was I was skeptical that Hamas was going to give up all the hostages because that's their main leverage. So I mean, we still don't know all the details of the negotiations. So, I mean, my point was, if you're Hamas, my thought was they're thinking, well, if we give up the hostages, then the idea is we're trusting Israel to, hold up their end of the bargain. Now, when Hamas agreed to the deal, they said, we call on President Trump and other countries to make sure Israel holds up its end of the bargain. So a question I have had, which I'm very interested in, is behind the scenes, what combination of pressures and enticements did Hamas have to make them give up these hostages? So yeah, I was quite skeptical they would give them up, but they seem to be. I mean, there's a lot of things that might be said about why they did that. But one thing is they seem to have faith that Israel is going to be held to its end of the deal. It is not just going to attack them once they give up the hostages. But we also don't know what might have been promised to Hamas, behind the scenes. Yeah, so I'll admit I was skeptical of Hamas giving up the hostages, but I'm glad that this is happening. Hey, thanks BT for your support. Thank you, Kenneth Colton, for your support. Kenneth is very sad it took so long. He prays for all the hostages and the ones who lost their lives. Thank you. Project Pluto says, will Hamas, thank you, will Hamas make a big theater production of the releases like the last few? Yeah, I addressed this earlier. No. My understanding is no, there's not going to be a ceremony and parading of the hostages in Gaza. That actually, I believe, stopped. There were several hostage releases, I think if I have this right, in early this year, and they started, initially they were these ceremonies, these televised ceremonies with the hostages being paraded. I think that actually stopped earlier in the year. But from what I have heard, there's not going to be a ceremony, a Gaza ceremony. Now, who knows, but from what I have heard, there's not going to be, but we'll have to see. Thank you, Nikos Castellanos, by the way, and I am Charlie and David Fariello. Thank you, David, for the memberships. All right, hold on a second here. So Again, I don't know. I think those might be the two helicopters that are going to pick up the hostages. You're looking at Re'im military base, where hostages will be brought once they leave Gaza. We're looking at that right now. And I'm also going to show you guys, I'm going to split the screen here again and show you Re'im military base and Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where people are excitedly waiting for the hostages to come home. You can see they have "Bring Him Home" signs. Some of them you're seeing on the screen right now. I do actually have a shot from Gaza I can show you. I want to put that up on the screen briefly. If you give me a second. Now, what I need to do is make sure I'm doing this right. Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you the shot from Al Zawaida, Gaza. Oh, hold on. No, okay. Al Zawaida, Gaza. I'm going to show you that shot right now. If I can pull it up on the screen for you. Let's see. Here is the shot from... Hold on, I have to get everything set up here. Oh, there's another helicopter. Hold on, another helicopter is coming in. Another helicopter is landing at Re'im military base. This is the third one we've seen land. So let's get that on the screen. We want to see that. I believe these are all Israeli helicopters that are going to go pick up the hostages. This is the third one we've seen land. Thank you, Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi. Thanks, Johnny58 for being a member. Thanks, Peasy Wheats for the membership. Thank you, Kenneth Colton for the membership. Thank you, Twister B. Let me check for some updates here, though, and make sure the schedule hasn't changed. No hostages have been handed over yet. Ariel Oserin says the Red Cross has reportedly arrived at the handover point in northern Gaza to receive the hostages. So that's reporting from Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English. The hostages have not started to be handed over. I have an update from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel as we look at 3 helicopters that I think might be going to pick up the hostages. Manny Fabian says, the hostages set to be freed by Hamas first from the northern Gaza Strip are Matan Angrest, Gali Berman, Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Moore, and Amri Miran. Also, Manny Fabian said hostages are to be handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross starting from 8 a.m. in the northern Gaza Strip, that's in 23 minutes, says an Israeli defense official. The Israeli defense official says there could be delays and information on other hostage handover sites in Gaza will be known later. Truth WSYF says 2 years in a dungeon. 2 years and 6 days the hostages have been there. Hey, thank you, by the way, so much to Dashark for the memberships. Thank you so much, Dashark. I appreciate that. Also, SD Angel RWB, thanks for all the memberships. I very much appreciate it. Eddie Reddy, thank you for the memberships. Please thank somebody if they give you a membership or a subscription, a gift subscription. Thanks so much, Eddie Reddy. And BF Thompson, thank you. Real quick, I'm going to put up the shot of Al Zawaida, Gaza, just so you can see it. Hold on a second here. Is this going to work? Let's see. There is, that is Al Zawaida, Gaza. That is a live shot from Gaza. I don't believe that's where the hostages are going to be released from, but I just want to show you that is a shot of Gaza, Al Zawaida, Gaza. Let's get back to the other shots here. Hang on a moment. There is one of the helicopters. That's Re'im military base. Oh, and thank you also to Faye Lisayu, Faye Lisayu, for the memberships. Thank you. Thank you again to all of our moderators who are here with us covering this. Thank you to Ruth Krafasi. Thank you so much, Ruth, for being there, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, Idaho Star, Good Luck Duck, David Green, to Bears, Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. By the way, on Twitch, thanks so much to Stunned in the North for subscribing. Thank you, Arizona Toaster, for your support on Twitch. Thank you, VA7TZ, for subscribing on Twitch, as a truck is near one of the helicopters. And also, I'm going to show you where the president's plane is in a moment, President Trump's plane. And I want to say a quick thanks to our Facebook moderators. It is 7:39 Israel and Gaza time. Oh, look at the trucks going out to the helicopter. Which, as a hold on. Thank you, Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley, for being moderating on Facebook, and all of our other Facebook mods too. Thank you. And Lola P, thanks for the memberships. And Cherry Cola, thanks for being a member. Let us check on President Trump's plane. Which you can see on adsbexchange.com. There it is. Well, you'll see it in a second. There it is. That is, look at this. It's President Trump's plane. It's Air Force One. It's going to Israel on the right. It's getting closer. It is supposed to land in about 40 minutes. You can see that at adsbexchange.com. Flight tracker, a good flight tracker. Thanks to Lily Palmer as well. Ephesians 289, our member, thank you. And Kiwi for the memberships, thank you. All right, let's go back to the video. There is one of the 3 helicopters we've seen land at Re'im military base, which I think might be going to pick up the hostages. Let me check and see if I can get you more updates too. There's a lot going on right now. I'm kind of... But Michael Horowitz, who I follow, he is also hearing that hostages will be released at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. Israel time this morning. Times of Israel, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports, the Red Cross has not yet notified the Army that it is heading over to the handover site, but a source involved in the operation tells Reuters that Red Cross convoys in Gaza are moving into position to collect the hostages. Let me go back and get you the double coverage here. Oops, hold on. I need to put, where is the... Why are you not seeing the shot, the other shot? What shot do I not have turned on? Oh. There it is. Okay. So we have Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, and we have Re'im military base. Both shots for you. I have the sound on from the military base, not from Hostages Square. Times of Israel also reports, thanks to AZ Intel for spotting this, that Hamas has published the names of 20 living hostages to be released today. They are the same 20 hostages whose names had already been given to Israel earlier as part of the negotiations. Wow, it's incredible to think that after today, if everything goes right, all of the living hostages will be returned. That's a real milestone in this whole conflict that began, well, this particular war that began on October 7th, 2023. The IDF says, Israeli Defense Forces say that the Air Force has completed preparations to receive the hostages returning to Israel from the Gaza Strip. Now, you're looking at a helicopter there at Re'im military base. We are seeing some Israeli military personnel, I believe. I believe they might be going eventually to get the hostages. Thank you. Why am I hearing music? I don't want to be hearing music. Hold on, I'm going to turn that down. I got to turn down the volume. Somebody's playing music over like across the street from the military base. Hey, thanks to Vandalay Breaks on IG. Also, I Am Charlie. Yeah, I Am Charlie. I believe there's supposed to be around 28 remains of hostages, 28 dead hostages. I don't know that they're all going to be returned today. It's not even clear that Hamas has all of those remains of all of them at hand. So I'm not sure, but I would not be surprised if all of the remains are not returned today. I haven't even specifically, what I've been hearing is that all the living hostages are going to be returned today. I don't know how it's going to work with the remains and if those are going to be returned today, and if so, how many. Thank you, Millennial Diligence. Also, Gerd's Fiend. And Prolang from Denmark, and Subi40. And Narles Tarkley. Thank you. All right, let me see if the music stopped. Yes. You are looking at Re'im military base near Gaza. I am keeping an eye on a bunch of sources, including Israeli reporters, to see what they're saying about what's going on. And I will certainly let you know. Yeah, so Mehr News Agency, which is an Iranian news agency, they actually say that the helicopters we saw at Re'im Air Base, like this one, are going to they're going to transport the prisoners. Sorry, they're going to transport the hostages after their release, which is what I thought. So again, that's my understanding is that my guess is that these helicopters will fly to Gaza and pick up the hostages. It's not a long flight. Okay, I have an update from the Israeli Defense Forces. Israeli Defense Forces say, according to the information received, the Red Cross is on its way to a meeting point in the northern Gaza Strip where several hostages will be transferred into their custody. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are expected to be transferred to the Red Cross later on. All right, I'm sorry, I need to turn the volume down because that's important. I'm going to read this again. Let me read this again. We got an important update from the IDF. Sorry, a little too much noise on that stream. So we got an important update from the IDF that I want to read you again. Okay? So the IDF says, according to received information, the Red Cross is on its way to a meeting point in the northern sector where several hostages will be handed over to it. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are expected to be transferred to the Red Cross later. So again, the Red Cross is now on its way to a meeting point in northern Gaza where several hostages will be handed over to it. That is from the IDF. New update from them. Here is President Trump's plane. Now, I don't think I have to refresh this. Can we see it moving? I might hit refresh. Refresh. Oh. No, I don't know if it moved at all. That is the plane. That is Air Force One. Well, I'm almost positive it's Air Force One. I'd be surprised if it isn't. That is on Flight Radar 24. Flight Radar 24 is also a great flight tracker. This is adsbexchange.com. Oh, you know what? Actually, I take it back. I don't know. Is it possible that they lost tracking on it? I don't know. Looks like it's live. I believe this is the live track on it. I mean, that's the plane. Is it not being tracked anymore? You know what? I'll look it up. Is it gone? They turned it off? Well, it didn't seem to be. I was like, is it not moving? All right, let me search again. If I do another search for it, is it just not going to come up? Because we had it before. Oh, okay. So let me do another search on ADSB Exchange. Search, and yes, it is now not. Well, actually, it says it's right there. It says no match in current view. It looks like maybe it's off, right? Is that what it is? So that's it, but it doesn't really seem to have moved. So my guess is maybe, I just searched on ADSB Exchange, it said no match in current view. So maybe it's not tracking right now. Anyways, you can go to ADSB Exchange and try to find it. Flight Radar 24 has it now? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't see it on Flight Radar 24. There's no plane that's really being tracked that much on Flight Radar 24, so I don't see it there. I'll keep an eye out. Sometimes it's on Flight Radar 24. Sometimes you can see it. Not right now, though. Hey, thanks to Anna Maria. I appreciate it, Anna Maria. Oh, she says it's Canadian Thanksgiving, October 13th. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Yeah, I Am Charlie said J.D. Vance said yesterday on Fox and NBC, not all 28 found. I thought he said something like that. He said something like, "Oh, there's another helicopter landing at Ream military base." You mean I Am Charlie, the remains of hostages. The 20 living ones are supposed to all be returned today. So this is the fourth helicopter we have seen land at Reim military base. And again, I believe these are going to go pick up the hostages. This is the fourth one. Quick thanks to Nikos Castellanos. Thank you, Nico. Thanks to Jason Bewley, who says it's a CH-53 Sea Stallion helicopter. That's what Jason said. I'm not sure. So, again, according to the IDF, the Red Cross is on the way to a meeting point in Gaza where several hostages will be handed over. So I am waiting for updates from the IDF. All right, I got to turn down the singing. No, I'm going to wait. There's another helicopter coming in. Wow. So another one just landed. This is several miles from the Gaza border. Thank you, Alon Perez. Thank you so much, Alon Perez. I really appreciate your support for the channel. So what is it 5? One of our viewers said 5. Have we seen 5 helicopters land there at Reim military base? Harper Ann says, this is so surreal. I can't believe it's finally happening. Again, Red Cross is on its way to the meeting point in northern Gaza where several hostages will be released. Yes, these are Air Force helicopters that are going to... News from the Field on Telegram, which is an Israeli news account I follow, says these are Air Force helicopters that are going to take in the hostages. To repeat, the Red Cross is on its way to a meeting point in northern Gaza where they will get the first of the 20 living hostages. We are looking at Reim military base live right now. Oh, I have something else. Where is this? Where is this? What shot is that? I have a shot from Gaza. I have a different shot from Gaza. From Gaza's Nasser hospital. Let me show you the shot from Gaza. That right there is a live shot from Gaza's Nasser hospital. Now, there will be about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners released by Israel once the Israeli hostages are released. Oh, another helicopter is landing right now. What is this, the 6th helicopter now landing? Number 6? At Reim military base? Wow, so we are watching all these helicopters come in as they are going to be picking up the hostages, best I can tell. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. I swallowed the water wrong. So, if the clock's right, the first handover will be in about 3 minutes. Yes, I am still in Madrid. Thank you, XOXO Lemon. Thank you so much. Hellwolf, thanks for the membership. Thank you, Joe, for your support, and Kitty Donahue, and Lizzie. Thanks, Lizzie, and Ken Lance, as we see more military personnel from Israel at Reim military base. Also, Jason Bewley. Jason thought that was a UH-60 Black Hawk. I am not sure. Let me keep checking for updates from... I'm waiting for the next update from the Israeli military. Hold on. This camera is so low. More music. I gotta turn that down. So last we heard, the Red Cross was on their way to pick up some of the hostages in Gaza. We have not had confirmation that any hostages have been handed over yet. We are waiting. President Trump is supposed to land in about 20 minutes. Oh, Moshe Schwartz is watching. Moshe, I think, is watching, and maybe an Arabic. Is he watching? Moshe is watching an Arabic channel, Arabic language channel, and they are showing, I believe, the handover point. You know what I got to do? I got to grab my iPad so I can pull up that channel and see what I can see. Give me 1 second. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to disappear from your screen for a second. So I'm disappearing from your screen for 1 second so I can grab my iPad. The hostage release is, I'm going to get rid of the clock too. So the hostage release is going to be any time now. The first hostage is released. So the clock has just hit 0. So let me get rid of that clock first of all to not be confusing. Getting rid of the countdown clock. And here, give me 2 seconds here while I disappear. Okay, I'm back. Now I don't have the rights to show you Arabic language media, but what I'm going to do is see if I can pull up here. Who is covering it? What is that channel that Moshe Schwartz is watching? Well, is Al Jazeera covering it? Al Jazeera Arabic? Al Jazeera Arabic has a camera, I think, in Gaza. Is anybody else looking at this? Now, I don't have that camera, I don't think. Let me just check my sources here, but I don't think I have access to that camera. Oh, I do. Wait a second. Hold on. Look. Wait, look. Look at this. Hold on. I have it. That's it. That is it right there. I think that's it, guys. I think that's the meeting point. I do have it. Whoa. What's happening? Is that are we looking at, what are we looking at? Hold on a moment. This is, I think that this is in Gaza. This is Gaza. Wow. So we did have it after all. I think this is the handover point. Crazy. I think we are looking at the handover point. Yes, I think we're going to see hostages being handed over live.
صباح النور حبيبي، سلامات. الله يسلم حالك ويسعدك. وين التسليم عند السياج على البصمة. تعال انت، وين منصة التسليم او العاملين البركسات هذه؟ هتشوف وسطنا حاله. لا يا زلمة، ايوه مطعم جوا يا زلمة، خش ناصر جوا في ايوه عند الصحافة. خش جوا بقول لك، وين بركسات التسليم؟ تمام، جاهزة كل حاجة، طالعين هوا.
So these
محمد ابو
are.
عبيد، قناة الاقصى.
This is Ariel O'Serin says this is in Khan Yunis. But Khan Yunis isn't in the north, is it? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm forgetting. I might be forgetting my geography. Probably. No, Khan Yunis is in the south. So I'm confused now. All right. I have not seen any confirmation that anyone's been handed over yet. My understanding is they're preparing to hand over the first hostages. Khan News says, okay, Amit Siegel, hold on a second. Hold on. It's confusing what's going on. Let me give you an update. Amit Siegel with N12 News, Amit Siegel says that 7 hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross. Now, I think that might have been in the north. There might be multiple sites. Again, Amit Siegel says 7 hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross. That's according to Amit Siegel with N12 News. And I-24 News English says 10 will be released now and another 10 in the second batch. So I'm not aware that any got released here. I don't see any footage of the 7 being released if they have been released. No, I think there's multiple shots. No one has posted a video from this site of hostages being handed over. And this certainly looks like they're about to do something. Oh, Michael Horowitz said Israeli TV showed hostages entering Red Cross vehicles. Now, I didn't see that. Michael Horowitz said Israeli TV. Hold on, do I have any other shots here? I have a shot of Gaza City. That doesn't help us. I'm checking all of my shots here, guys. But this is the only shot I have showing what appears to be Hamas members lined up, seemingly prepared to do some sort of release. But there's a report that there are already hostages who were handed over. So I don't have access to every single video. Okay, so multiple reports from Israeli media say 7 hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross, okay? Oops, let me make the headline smaller. Again, 7 hostages reportedly have been transferred to the Red Cross. Which would mean there are 13 remaining. Al Jazeera says the Red Cross tells them our teams have begun the process of executing the release of hostages in Gaza. Now maybe we'll see some of them on this shot right here. I mean, I'm looking Al God TV, which is a popular Arabic language network. They're showing this shot right here. Now what's happening? We'll keep an eye on that. We may see more hostages here. Hold on a moment here. Hey, thanks to Margaret Riley for the Facebook stars. Right, hold on a second. We are looking at this live shot of Gaza.
اسمع جماعة بعض احنا ما
Let me check the different sources here. I am looking at.
رائد ودية رائد.
But yes, multiple outlets report in Israel that the Red Cross says 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross so far. Now, we're seeing people line up here on, I mean, this certainly looks like we're about to see maybe another handover right now. I mean, so let's just keep our eyes on this. It looks like there's maybe several points where hostages are being handed over. And I think this is Khan Yunis, but I am not positive it's Khan Yunis. Al Jazeera is reporting that the prisoner exchange, well, I'm sorry, I think they mean hostages.
حبيبي اخبارك.
Yeah, they mean hostages. So that's not a new report. Okay, sorry. I think the Palestinian prisoners will be released after all the Israeli hostages are released. Times of Israel says the 7 hostages handed to the Red Cross are there have been 7 hostages handed to the Red Cross, according to Hebrew media. According to Times of Israel, those hostages are Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Alan Ohel, Omri Miran, Eitan Moore, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. Yes, there's been no official confirmation from the IDF of hostages being handed over. Thank you, Blue Fudge 08 and Sammy Wong and Mitchell Warden. Mitchell says, why are there children roaming around? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't say how they doing all this. I don't know if it's everybody's affiliated with Hamas or if it's just people from the community come out as well as Hamas members. So I can't speak to all that. I don't know. You do see some children. We've seen Hamas events in the past, I believe, that had some children at it. But I can't speak to the specifics here. Thank you, Crimson Dingo and Brian Wilkes and Salazar, a.k.a. Ghost, Daniel Landers, Anna Maria, Jason Bewley, thank you. And, okay. And Brother of God, our member. Oh, now why where are people walking to? They're walking somewhere. Now the people are walking somewhere. They were all lined up. Are they moving? What's happening? Again, multiple reports from Israel say 7 hostages have already been transferred out of the 20 living ones. We saw them all lined up here, and now they've broken their line, but they're still actually standing at the top of the screen. Under me, there's some in a line. Yeah, see, they're lined up at the top of the screen there. So it certainly looks like something's going to happen here. So while we're watching this shot, I will be bringing you other updates. Okay, the Israeli Defense Force says... No, there's not really much of an update there. Sorry. Not much of an update there. Oh, look at all the chairs. See all the chairs on the left? Wow. Those are chairs on the left, right? Maybe they'll have a ceremony later. I don't believe they're supposed to do a ceremony with the hostages. Now the shot went out. Oh, now it's back. Now it's out. Now it's back. I haven't seen any footage of anybody being handed over at this location yet.
طيب هيا زميلك يا زلمه رجال صوت هيتذكر باص.
Yes, so to repeat, multiple Israeli reports say 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. Thank you, Undoing Aloneness. Now, Undoing Aloneness thinks that maybe this is an event for prisoners who are going to be released by Israel to come back. That could be the reason the chairs are there too. Although I don't know why they'd be lining up so early for that. But maybe they're doing both things there. But maybe the chairs are for when prisoners come back. That's possible. Thank you, Undoing Aloneness. Also, thank you to Vanessa. Yeah, Vanessa, I'm not aware that there are going to be any hostages displayed today. I haven't seen any video from Gaza of hostages being displayed in front of crowds, so I'll let you know if I do. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Marcus Peterson. Now what's happening? Oh, there's a bunch of people coming in. Who are all these people? Look at this. Now what's happening? Oh, hold on. There's another camera shot. What's happening here? Hold on. Wait. No, I'm not aware that anybody's back in Israel yet. The other camera shot of Re'im military base, they were showing a van drive by, but I'm not aware that any hostages are actually back in Israel yet. That would be very fast. We haven't even heard reported that the Red Cross has handed them over to the Israeli military. So let me just show you the other shot briefly, though. One of our viewers asked about that. Hold on. That's going to be which shot here? Yeah, that's a shot from Re'im military base, where hostages will be taken, I believe, from Gaza. But again, I'm not aware that any hostages have actually made it to Israel yet. I mean, there's trucks on the road, but that would be pretty fast. They got to get flown back there. We haven't seen any helicopters land there. Well, I believe helicopters will take them here. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. The helicopters could also take them from there to somewhere. So I'll keep an eye on that. Let me keep checking for updates too. I know it's a bit confusing with everything going on. And on our screen, it certainly looks like we might see a hostage exchange in the near future at this location in Gaza, but I'm not sure. There's a lot of people out there. The IDF has not said that they have the hostages. Israel National News 7 reports that 7 Israeli hostages have been transferred to the Red Cross and all are walking independently. I-24 News English Israel reports the first 7 hostages were transferred to the Red Cross. Initial assessments indicate their health condition is satisfactory. Roy Case says Al Jazeera is reporting that. So, according to Israeli reporter Roy Case, Al Jazeera is reporting that the remaining Israeli hostages will be transferred at 10 o'clock in southern Gaza. You know what? I believe this is southern Gaza. It's very possible that, so right now it is 8:22 a.m. It's very possible that this camera will be showing us a exchange of a hostage turnover in like 90 minutes. And I don't know, maybe they're going to do I don't believe that Israel wants this. Maybe they're going to do a ceremony with them or something. I mean, there's a lot of people there. They have all these chairs set up. So But this might be, I believe this is Khan Yunis, which is southern Gaza. So it's possible that this is going to be the location of the second handover.
عليك مرة تطلع بس بالراحة اصبر عشان ما تهزني.
I mean, this here reminds me of past handovers we have seen in Gaza where they make a big show of it. But I didn't think they were going to do that today, but we'll have to see. Thank you to Charlene Newman. Thank you. Also, Will Okla, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, and Katz Sadow, and Lady Vashti. Thank you, Brainrot9000, for subscribing. Thank you, Cece and Faith Takes You Far, and Vice Conroy on Twitch. Still no update from the IDF, like officially saying the seven hostages have been transferred. Al Jazeera is also reporting. Well, again, reportedly 7 hostages have already been transferred. Let me go back to this shot from Israel here, just to show you. This is Re'im. That is Re'im military base. That's Re'im military base in Israel, where hostages will be brought. That's close to Gaza. Trump is supposed to get there around now. Trump is supposed to be arriving around now. You know that? He was supposed to arrive around now. So I'll keep an eye out for updates on that too. Thanks, Eklund, Michael Clifford. I do not know why the people were lined up in Gaza there and then kind of broke their lines. That I don't know. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza. Yes. This is Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, and I do believe we may be seeing hostages released there at some point. And this is Re'im, Israel. Re'im military base, Israel. So doing our best to bring you updates about what's going on. Let me keep checking here. Now, AFP says that they believe that there's going to be Are they saying this? Actually, I'm not sure. But again, I believe there's going to be a exchange at this location. But that might not be for a little while. N12 News says there are 7 Israeli hostages in the hands of the Red Cross. Here is Re'im military base. What I'd like to do actually is, what is this? Hold on. What I'm going to do here is I'd make an adjustment here. Live. Reim military base. Israel. And this should be, hold on, one sec. That, okay, hold on. Make a quick adjustment here. Okay, that's better. Put the sound back. I'm going to put the sound back on from there. That is the military base where I believe helicopters are going to be flying from Gaza to this military base. I have not heard any kind of reliable source, no Israeli media outlet that I have seen is yet reporting that the 7 hostages are with the IDF. I follow all kinds of Israeli news outlets and Israeli reporters. I have seen an unconfirmed claim online on social media that they've been handed over, but none of the Israeli reporters or Israeli news outlets that I follow have yet reported that the hostages have been given to the IDF from the Red Cross, the 7 hostages. As soon as I see it, I'll let you know. Roy Case, who is an Israeli reporter, says the Al-Arabi Al-Qatari channel correspondent in Gaza reports that at this moment, the Red Cross is conducting medical examinations on the hostages and also verifying the identity of the hostages. That would be, I assume, the 7 hostages that have been handed over so far. Okay, so Times of Israel says Al Jazeera reports the second stage of the living hostage release. The second group of living hostages are going to be released in southern Gaza at 10 a.m. local time in about 90 minutes, and I think it's going to be here. I think we're going to see it. It's going to be on the other shot, I think. Hold on, let me go to the other shot. Here. this shot. I actually think we might see in about 90 minutes in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza the handover. They have a lot of chairs set up there. They have a lot of people already there. They might even do one of their ceremony things with the remaining hostages. I think there's 13 left. There's 13 left to be transferred over. And I think it might be in Khan Yunis here. Thank you so much, Eklund Michael Clifford, for the membership. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, Eklund Michael Clifford. Jason Booley, thank you sevenfold. 777. Give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. Checking something. President Trump's plane was supposed to land in Israel. Oh, you know what? I was an hour off. My fault. I'm sorry. President Trump's plane is supposed to land in Israel in about 45 minutes. I thought it was 8:20 Israel time that it was supposed to land. President Trump's plane is scheduled to land in Israel at 9:20 a.m. Israel time, which is in about 45 minutes. 45 minutes, and Trump will land there. 9:20 a.m. local time. No, the 7 hostages handed over so far are living hostages. According to Israeli media. Let's go back to the other shot in Israel. That's Re'im military base there, where eventually hostages will be transported to. But I don't believe any hostages have been brought back to Israel yet. What did the IDF say? The IDF just posted some photos and video. But they didn't post any of the hostages. We are bringing you live coverage. Thank you to Crypto King for your support. Ghost Dog OG, Jason D in Colorado, and Jess. Jenny Ann, thank you. Also, shout out to all of our moderators. We have moderating right now Havasu Mom. Thank you. Robert Smay Queen, Ruth Krafasi. Thanks so much for moderating. On Twitch, we have moderating right now. DeBears, David Green, Good Luck Duck. Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Tariag, thank you. Huge thanks. Thanks also Will Okla for your support on Twitch. Thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X who moderate there, and our Facebook mods too, like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Hang on a second here. And all of our other Facebook moderators, thanks so much. Reportedly, 7 of the 20 living hostages have been... Oh, hey guys, the IDF reports, the IDF says helicopters have... Oh, I'm sorry. Taking off. The IDF said that the helicopters... We saw helicopters land at Re'im earlier. IDF had footage of helicopters taking off for Re'im to receive the returning hostages. So again, the helicopters that we saw land at Re'im Air Base a short while ago, they, I believe, are going to be flying to Gaza, a short flight to get the hostages. But we haven't seen them take off. Thank you, I am Charlie. I am Charlie, thank you. Hey, let's go back to the shot from Gaza. This is Khan Yunis, Gaza, where we may be seeing other hostages released here later. Roy Case, Israeli reporter, reports that reports in Gaza say that Red Cross vehicles have begun traveling from the pickup point to the Netzarim corridor, which is an area that has served as an Israeli zone of occupation during the Gaza war. But I believe that Israel has withdrawn from that corridor, according to Wikipedia. Anyways, so it sounds like Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages that have reportedly been handed over are on the move. That's what it sounds like. Okay. Amit Siegel reports. I have a report from Amit Siegel. Ready? Amit Siegel is with N12 News. N12 News is reporting in Israel that the Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages have not yet begun their journey to the IDF, apparently due to Hamas filming / documenting and therefore delaying their departure. I cannot confirm that, but N12 News' Amit Siegel says N12 News is reporting that the 7 hostages, the Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages, have not yet begun their journey to the IDF, apparently due to Hamas filming, documenting, and therefore delaying their departure. Again, I cannot confirm that report. They have been handed over. A lot of Israeli reports say they have been handed over to the Red Cross. Now, Roy Case reports that the Qatari Al Arabi channel said Hamas was prohibited from filming the event of handing over the 7 Israeli hostages. Roy Case reports that Hamas informed Palestinian civilians that filming the event of the handing over the hostages was forbidden. So I don't know if we're going to see hostages handed over in Khan Yunis. I see a Red Cross van there. Hey, look, I see a Red Cross truck right there. See the Red Cross truck? This is southern Gaza, Khan Yunis. We can see a Red Cross truck right there. Is the truck, I see the Red Cross van, is the truck Red Cross too? Al Arabiya reports that all oh, look, Red Cross coming in, Red Cross van coming in right there, and we see a Red Cross truck. We are seeing multiple Red Cross vehicles. I really think we're going to see a hostage handover here. I mean, there's all kinds of people in Khan Yunis. We have 3 Red Cross vehicles. I really think we're going to see a hostage handover at this location. Hold on, where is this? Give me one moment here. Hang on one second, I'm just looking something up. The Red Cross announced that they had started a multi-phase operation to facilitate the release and transfer of hostages and detainees as part of a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. So we see multiple Red Cross vehicles there in Khan Yunis, Gaza. Are they waiting to pick up hostages? Thank you, Marshall Mowens, for your support. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Ghost Dog. Ghost Dog thinks hostages are en route to this place in Khan Yunis. I cannot confirm that. Thank you, Ghost Dog OG. Thank you, Wiedenhoff and Overland Hams. Thank you. Give me a moment here. Roy Case says that the Al Arabiya Qatari channel's correspondent in Gaza reports that the Hamas members who transported the hostages in Gaza City have left the meeting point after Red Cross vehicles began their journey to Israel. So there's an unconfirmed report from Al Arabiya that the Red Cross vehicles with the 7 hostages who reportedly have been handed over are now heading towards Israel. Itay Blumenthal also reports the Red Cross vehicles with the first 7 hostages are heading towards the IDF. Now, this is Khan Yunis you're looking at, and that's more Red Cross vehicles. So this is where the remainder of the hostages may be handed over. Oh, breaking news. IDF just posted. The IDF just posted and said, the IDF says, based on information received from the Red Cross, 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross and are now on their way to join the Israeli army and Shin Bet forces inside Gaza. The Israeli army is fully prepared to receive additional hostages who will be handed over to the Red Cross in subsequent stages. There you go. So the IDF just posted that. Once the IDF gets those hostages, says Manny Fabian, they're going to take them to Reem Air Base, where there's a camera we have access to at Reem Air Base. The other living 13 hostages will be released from different areas of Gaza. So, first 7 of 20 living hostages handed over en route to Israel. Or no. Transferred to Red Cross. There it is. Hey, thank you, Katya T. and Collector Mike and Ethereal Planet. No, I don't believe Trump's plane is trackable right now. We were looking for it before, but it seems to have gone off the radar. So again, the Israeli army confirms. Oh, the IDF just posted. The IDF says they're coming home. It's the same statement I read you before. 7 hostages are now in Red Cross custody. They are on their way to the IDF, who will take them back to Israel. President Trump is supposed to land in about 30 minutes. So we're going to be keeping an eye on Khan Yunis, maybe for more hostages being handed over, and we're going to keep an eye on Reem Air Base in Israel, where I believe the first 7 hostages will be flown there. Oh, where is this? Yonah Jeremy Bob who is with Jerusalem Post, says that it's expected that it will take 20 minutes for the hostages to be handed over to the IDF. "20 living hostages." The Red Cross is bringing the first 7 to the IDF now. I'm going to change the headline. Red Cross bringing first 7 of 20 living hostages to IDF.
خلاص سلامتك اذا جاي خلاص انت ضبطها ليش سلامتك بتقول
Oops, I don't have the word hostages there.
اما ما جعل الله قلبي من جوف واحد لا لا مناح حط كراسي حط كرسي لا حط كرسي خلي ابو جمال يطلعك ابو جمال عم الناس
Why are there chairs? Because we may be seeing hostages handed over at this location in about an hour. We might be seeing some sort of ceremony there in about an hour, I think. Now people are running over there. Oh, it looks like they're letting people get chairs. Look at all the people running. It's like they just let the crowd in. Look at this. Wow. Look at this. It's like everybody's allowed to take their seats now. Right, it's like general admission at a concert, says Gary. Thank you, Barbara Emanuel, for the membership. Did Hamas make a statement? Hold on a second here. You know what I got to do? I got to pull something up here. Give me a moment.
ايوه تتدخلش على شغلنا خشش على شغلنا دير بالك نعم ابنزل يلا
Did Hamas make a statement? Let me look this up.
العاب تفير فرنسية صار اضرب
I don't see one here. I'm going to turn this down a bit. All right, so again, the current state of things is that 7 of the 20 living hostages have been handed by Hamas to the Red Cross. The Red Cross is taking them to the Israeli Defense Forces. Soon the Israeli Defense Forces will have the 7 hostages, and then they will take those hostages to here, which is the Reim Air Base. So at some point, we'll probably see helicopters landing there. Not right now, but at some point, well, actually, at some point, I think we'll see those helicopters take off and go to Gaza. And then the helicopters will land there, I think. That's my understanding. This air base is near Gaza. And then I also think we may be seeing in Khan Yunis, Gaza, we may be seeing the handover of the rest of the hostages at that location. It just looks like it's such a big crowd there, and it's organized, and they're not there for nothing. So there's going to be this really looks like how they used to do the hostage handover ceremonies in previous ones. I didn't think they were going to be doing it, but it looks like one. So now maybe they'll hand over the hostages in private and do a ceremony after. I don't know, but it's looking to me like we might see a hostage ceremony there in Khan Yunis. I wouldn't be surprised if they did at this point, with all those chairs and the whole setup and all these people there, and so we'll have to see. So those are the 2 things we're waiting for: is the first batch of 7 to get back to Israel and the remaining 13 to be handed over. President Trump is going to arrive in about 20 minutes in Israel. In about an hour, President Trump is supposed to address the Knesset in Israel, the parliament. We're going to be carrying that live. So there is a lot to come here. But President Trump, I believe, is scheduled to speak to the Knesset in Israel. I thought it was 10 a.m. local time, but let me double check that. Let me just check this. President Trump is going to be speaking to the Knesset. Oh, I got that wrong. I'm sorry. He is speaking to the Knesset at 11 a.m. Israel time, which is in 2 hours. So Trump's schedule is, in 20 minutes, he arrives in Israel. Then, at 10:45 Israel time, in an hour and 45 minutes, he's supposed to meet with hostage families. And then at 11 Israel time, which is in 2 hours, he addresses the Knesset. After that, he's going to Egypt, where he is participating in a Middle East peace ceremony in Egypt. But a bunch coming up, and we're waiting for the first batch of hostages to get to IDF custody and be brought to Israel. One of our viewers, Ben Bruskin, said that, and I haven't heard this myself, Ben said that Al Jazeera said this ceremony is for the prisoners. That might be true. I am a bit confused, though, because there are several Red Cross vehicles at this location. I don't know why the Red Cross vehicles would be already there. There's several Red Cross vehicles waiting at this location, which, I mean, I could imagine them waiting there if the hostages are going to be brought there. I don't know why they'd be waiting there if the prisoners were being brought there, but maybe they're waiting. Again, one of our other viewers said it could be a prisoner thing, so we'll have to see. I mean, they're early. If they're waiting for the prisoners to be released by Israel, they're really early, because the prisoners are not going to be released by Israel until all the hostages are released. But we'll have to see. I don't know. I'm going to disappear for 1 minute, okay? I need 1 minute here. We're bringing you live coverage. We're bringing you the latest updates. So just allow me to disappear off your screen for about 1 minute, and I'm coming right back. Put that up on the screen. All right. Hang on a minute. I'm coming right back. Thank you for your patience. So we're waiting for the 7 hostages who have been released to be transferred from the Red Cross to the IDF, where the IDF can bring them back to Israel. That has not happened yet. I appreciate everybody tuning in for the coverage. Hey, thanks Prolang DKK. Thanks Victoria de la Paz. She thinks this is a prisoner's welcome ceremony. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Thank you, Aramov. BT also thinks this is for the prisoners. The Palestinian prisoners. Ariel Oserin reports that the 7 freed hostages are now with IDF forces in the Gaza Strip en route to Israel, okay? Let me switch over to the Israel shot right now. Hold on. So, Ariel Oserin reports that the IDF now has in Gaza the 7 hostages who have been freed. So, presumably they're heading to Re'im military base. Ariel is with I-24 News English. Now, he is reporting that. Also, Guy Azriel with I-24 News is reporting that. I haven't seen it confirmed. Oh, the IDF said it, I guess. I'm seeing reports that the IDF actually announced this. Yeah, Noam Amir says, he's with, I think, Channel 14. He says the joint state, the IDF and Shin Bet say 7 released hostages are now with IDF and Shin Bet forces in the Gaza Strip. Let me get the, where is the actual statement? Why can't I find the statement? I must have missed the statement. Yes, so widely being reported now, the first 7 of 20 living hostages now with IDF heading to Israel. Okay, that's what an update is. The first 7 of 20 living hostages now with IDF heading to Israel. Let me show you real quick hostages square from Israel. That right there, that's not Reim military base. That is hostages square in Tel Aviv, Israel. Oops, what did I do wrong here? Okay. Where a huge crowd is gathered waiting for the return of the hostages. That's in Tel Aviv. This is in Reim military base, where I think the 7 hostages are going to be flown to. Itay Blumenthal just posted a video that's supposedly of one of the hostages. I think maybe talking to family members, and the hostage is still in a Hamas vehicle. I'll post a link to that in the chat. I don't know where that video came from. Yeah, I think it's the mother of the hostage talking to the hostage while he's in a Hamas vehicle. A bunch of Israeli outlets are posting this video now. Yeah, a bunch of Israeli outlets are showing, again, a video of, I believe, the mother of a hostage talking to the hostage while he is in a Hamas vehicle in the process of being released. Oh, look at we're seeing a helicopter now. What's this helicopter? Is this a helicopter with hostages? Is it possible that that's flown from Gaza? What do you guys think? Could that be a helicopter with hostages in it? Because we have heard that the hostages have been handed over to the IDF. It's not that long it's not a long helicopter ride. It's not a long helicopter ride. Reim is right near Gaza, so could this have hostages in it? It could, in theory, have hostages in it. But I don't know for sure. Because we already saw reported that the IDF has the hostages in Gaza. So I do not know if any of the hostages are on that helicopter that just landed in Reim base. All we see is dust right now. All right, now it's panning over here. Let's see if I can get you any updates. Okay, I have an official update from the IDF here. I have an update from the IDF. They just posted an update. Here is the update from the IDF. 7 returning hostages have just met with IDF and ISA forces in the Gaza Strip and are now making their way to Israeli territory. 7 returning hostages are currently being accompanied by IDF and ISA forces on their return to Israel, where they will undergo an initial medical assessment. The commanders and soldiers of the IDF salute and embrace the returning hostages as they make their way home to the State of Israel. The IDF spokesperson's unit asked the public to act responsibly and with sensitivity, to respect the privacy of the returning hostages, and to rely solely on official information. The IDF is prepared to receive additional hostages who are expected to be transferred to the Red Cross later on. So there you go. Hang on a moment here. So the IDF just announced that 7 returning hostages have just met with IDF and ISA forces in the Gaza Strip and are making their way to Israeli territory. Maybe we will see them land at Re'im Air Base, which is what we're looking at now. I actually have a second shot of Re'im. If you give me a second here. Hey, thank you. In Liberty and Guns We Trust. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Sal Hazari. Thank you for the membership. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Thank you. I Am Charlie says once IDF has abductees and bodies, they can waste the whole area if Hamas does not disarm. Well, the whole Hamas disarming or not and how that's going to go needs to be worked out. That still has not been worked out. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Thank you, Blue Fudge 08. I have a second angle from Re'im military base. I can throw on the screen here. Let me just make sure I have it here. Hold on. That's the second angle from, that's also Re'im military base there. They're both from Re'im military base. One from Reuters, one from AFP. Oh, there's a Gaza City. What's this? There's a video from before of, I'll have to download this and show you later if I can. There was a video released from earlier of Red Cross vehicles driving through Gaza City following the hostage handover. That's from before. Thank you so much to Allie B. from Tennessee for your support, and Barbara S., our member. We're waiting for the first 7 of the 20 hostages to get back to Israel. Also, President Trump is supposed to land. President Trump's supposed to land in Israel in 3 minutes, if they stick to schedule. Oh, I have a view of the airport. I have a view of the airport. Guys, I have a view of the airport. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on a second. I have a view of the airport. Let me show you the airport. Look, it's the airport. That's not the military base. That is the airport. So I guess we're going to see Trump land. I guess, maybe. All right, so we got to keep an eye on both things. I'll keep an eye on the airport, but I don't want to miss anything at Re'im military base. Jennifer Griffin reports that Reuters is reporting that 1,716 Palestinians from Gaza detained by Israel are expected to be released at Gaza's Nasser hospital on Monday. 1,716 Palestinians from Gaza are expected to be released by Israel today, and 250 Palestinians who had been serving life sentences in Israeli prisons are expected to be released to the West Bank, Jerusalem, and abroad on Monday. So that's a total of roughly 2,000 prisoners are going to be released. So I'm keeping an eye on the airport. This Re'im military base is, I believe, where the 7 hostages are going to be brought to. Oh, we can see, hey guys, we can see Air Force One right now. One of our viewers mentioned this, thank you. We can now see Air Force One on ADSB Exchange. This is adsbexchange.com. That is Air Force One, look. There it is. Heading to Israel. And it's actually moving on screen. I don't think it's on Flight Radar 24. I don't see it on Flight Radar 24, but I do see it on ADSB Exchange. Wow. It is getting closer. It is getting closer. We're going to have to switch to the airport soon. It's President Trump's plane. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Look at the let's go to the airport shot right now. Look at guys. Hold on, I'm messing it up. There it is. There it is. It's the airport. Well, wait. That might not be Air Force One. Why is the camera focusing on this? That's not the plane. The camera just suddenly started focusing on it. I was like, that must be it, but I don't think that's it. Right? No, that is not it. False alarm. The camera zoomed in all of a sudden to this plane. I was like, wow. No, that's Dubai on the side. Well, anyways, all of a sudden, the camera went crazy. It zoomed right in on that plane. I think they're getting ready to zoom in. I was like, oh no, I'm missing it. But I wasn't missing it. That is a live shot from the airport. All right, here is ADSB Exchange. Yeah, I was like, I mean, on ADS. Oh, now it's closer on AD. Look at this. Now I don't know why that happened on ADSB Exchange, but it seems to be closer now. But all of a sudden, the camera zoomed in out of nowhere. I don't really know. So I guess it's close. I guess it's close. I think we need to just watch the airport shot. I think that's what we need to do. The White House schedule had him landing at 9:20, and it's now 9:24. Thank you to Nexus Code. Nexus Code thinks that point 19 of the peace plan, which entails the creation of a Palestinian state, will not be followed. I don't know if it entails it. I think it talks about working towards it, but I'll have to look that up. But Nexus Code's overall point is that Nexus Code does not think there's going to be a Palestinian state created anytime soon. Yeah, point 19 on the 20-point plan is that while Gaza redevelopment advances, well, that's way in the future, and when the Palestinian Authority reform program is faithfully carried out, who knows what that means to both sides, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, which we recognize as the aspiration of the Palestinian people. That's a lot different from saying a Palestinian state will be created. Thanks, Nexus Code, though. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Silly Billy 1A. Silly Billy 1A says you can see Air Force 2. Oh, hold on. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That is Re'im Air Base. Right there. That's Re'im Air Base in Israel. That's not Khan Yunis. Let's go back to the airport. Well, so according to, I know it's a little funky, the tracking there. That's flight rate. That's adsbexchange.com. Now, if this is currently accurate, you can see that it has the altitude, as one of our viewers say, getting lower, about 3,500 feet and dropping. I don't know if that tracking is accurate, though. I mean, I'm guessing it might be, but we'll keep an eye on the airport shot as well. John thinks the plot is being scrambled for security. That I don't know. I don't know how accurate this tracking is, but that's what ADSB Exchange says. We'll keep an eye on the airport shot, which is, where is it here? There's the airport shot. The airport already practiced zooming in on a plane. We saw that before. Strange Penguin thinks it was not correct tracking. Well, I don't think it really went back and forth on the tracking like that, but I don't know. Now I see a van. What's that van doing at Reem Air Base? What's with these cars? What's with these cars? So, I mean, normally I think they'd use a van like that to pick up the hostages. But, I mean, we saw a helicopter land about 15 minutes ago there. Is there any chance that that van has hostages in it? Is that possible? I mean, we did see a helicopter land there, and it could have had hostages in it. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that van. But it doesn't seem like everybody's reacting to it, so maybe not. I have no idea. Oh, they're cheering. People are cheering. What's happening? What's happening now? Why are they clapping? They're clapping. The guy in the van is clapping. The guy in the van is, the driver is clapping. What's happening here? Is this the hostages? Are they there? That could have been the hostages. People were clapping. I don't know. I don't know. Family? Oh, some people said it might be family of the hostages. All right, so I don't really know what was happening there. All right, hang on a second here. We're still keeping an eye on the airport. Here is the airport shot. They switched their angle at the airport for some reason, where Trump is going to land. Some of our viewers are claiming Trump is 3 minutes out. Well, I have right here, this is the that's the shot from the airport, so I'm keeping an eye on it. I'll leave it on the airport if you want. Do you guys want that? I'll put the airport audio on. We're waiting for Trump to arrive in Israel. We have camera movement. We have camera movement on the airport cam. The camera is moving. ADSB exchange says that's where Trump is. That's what it says. It says it's about 2,300 feet. I don't know if that's accurate. That's adsbexchange.com. All right. Oh my gosh, they just cut to a different shot at the airport. Look at this. This is exciting. We have excellent airport coverage here. This is Ben Gurion Airport in Israel. You are looking live at Ben. Oh, they have a red carpet. Oh my gosh, it is a red carpet. We have a close-up of the red carpet. We have microphones in front of the red carpet.
One, this is the Jim Tower. Welcome to the State of Israel, Mr. President. Your visit carries deep meaning for our people in these times. Thank you for our friendship and the unbreakable bond between our nations. God bless America, God bless Israel, and the friendship between our peoples.
And thank you very much, Air Force One.
Oh, they just said thank you very much, Air Force One. They just had like air traffic control or something. I don't know what that was. Did you hear that?
Air Force One, this is Ben-Gurion Tower. Welcome to the State of Israel, Mr. President. Your visit carries deep meaning for our people in these times. Thank you for our friendship and the unbreakable bond between our nations. God bless America, God bless Israel, and the friendship between our peoples.
That's the control tower.
And thank you very much, Air Force One.
You just heard the control tower. There you go. I mean, so there you have it. Okay, the camera's moving around. It is looking for the plane. It's looking for the plane. Kevin says it's getting real now. The camera is zooming in. Oh, I'm seeing something. I have something else here. I have something else to show you. Where is, I think I see, is this the hostages? I'm so confused. Hey guys, I have something else real quick. What am I looking at here? What is this? What is that shot there? What is that shot? Is that the hostages coming to Israel? I don't know. We got a live shot there. We got 2 live shots. What's happening? I don't even know what that one is. This is the hostages. This is the hostages right here. That's the hostages being transported, according to Reuters. Hostages being hostages being transported to Israel. That is the hostages heading to Israel. I'm looking at the airport shot, but I don't have. This is a muted shot, by the way. This is the hostages heading to Israel. This is not the airport, but I have my eye on the airport. But we're going to watch this shot right now. This is live. Hostages heading to Israel. Uh-oh. Is Trump coming in right now? This is we might have to have 2 things at once. Again, this is live footage of the hostages heading to Israel with the audio from the airport. I want to actually put on the screen what this is. This is a live shot of the hostages heading to Israel. Wow. Crazy. No, I'm not going to split screen it because there's nothing going on the other screen. I will send you over to the airport when there's something to see. There's nothing to see on the airport shot right now. I want to have this full screen. This is the most important thing. Again, there is no audio on this video, so I have the audio playing from the airport. Crazy. Oh, Trump's coming in now. Trump is coming in. Hold on a moment. Trump is coming in. There is Trump. There is Trump right now. Trump is landing. Trump is landing right now. Now I might have to split the screen. This is really confusing what to do. Let's see here. I'll try to figure this out, but let's watch Air Force One come in. There's too much going on, everyone. I know what I'll do. Okay, I'm going to make this smaller. We're splitting the screen right now. Screen is being split. Oh my gosh. Trump is landing while the hostages are coming. They have choreographed this. It looks like they've choreographed it. Trump is landing as the hostages are coming to Israel. Seems choreographed to me. Wow. Look at this. Look at what's going on. Can you believe it? Trump landing while the hostages are being driven into Israel. 7 of them. Unbelievable. There is Trump. There are the hostages. 7 of them. There he is. He's landing now. Oh my gosh, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Trump is landing now in Israel while the hostages, 7 of them, are being driven to Israel. We're showing you both of them. Trump is just about on the ground, and Trump has just landed in Israel. Trump has just landed in Israel. There's Air Force One. There you go. Ben Gurion Airport. And on the left, the convoy taking the hostages to Israel. They have a red carpet set up. On the top left is a live shot of the convoy of 7 hostages heading to Israel. There's a band playing. There's a band playing welcoming Trump. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Guys, look at what's happening. Look at what's happening now. Split screen. Oh my gosh. On the left, you see the convoy of 7 hostages being driven to Israel. At the same time, Trump is landing in Israel.
מסדר, עמוד. מסדר, נימה. המסדר יעבור לנוח. עמוד, נוח.
Quite a scene with the 2 things happening at once. There's Bibi Netanyahu right there. Like, you'll see Bibi Netanyahu. There he is. There's Netanyahu. There is Netanyahu. Oh my gosh. Too much to show. Are they entering Israel right now? Are they entering Israel right now? Did they just go into Israel? Look at this. Did they just go into Israel? I don't know. I feel like they might have just gone into Israel. Look at this. Look right there. Look at this. This is there they I think they're in Israel. I think they just went into Israel. Right? Am I crazy? I think they might be there. Talk about timing, said one of our viewers.
המסדר יעבור לטוב. מסדר טוב. המסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח.
So we're seeing in the corner that 7 hostages being brought back into Israel. Wow. Trying to show you both things. They're both important. The other 13 are supposed to be released soon. It's Jared Kushner. Hey, it's Jared Kushner. And Ivanka. Jared and Ivanka are there. Look, it's Jared and Ivanka. Oh, look, it's the hostages in, I believe they're in Israel now. Look at this. Just to show you here. I'm trying to show you both things. Wow. That's really something. I'm doing my best.
מסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח.
Texas says, I waited 2 years for this. I think we're going to see the convoy on the Re'im camp. But it's Steve Witkoff. We don't care about the car camp? You don't care about the 7 living hostages being brought into Israel? You don't care about it? Really? I think a lot of people do care about it. There's Air Force One. All right.
המסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. מסדר יעבור לנוח. מות נוח.
It's incredible. It's literally going on at the same time as the hostages are being driven back. It's the exact same time. Because normally, I mean, obviously, it would be a huge thing just if the hostages are being driven back. But Trump is literally getting off the plane as the hostages are being driven back to, I think, Re'im Air Force Base.
מסדר יעבור לדום. מסדר דום. דגלנים. דגל. צ'ק.
Okay, you're starting to see look at the people. Hold on. Let me just make this bigger. So you're seeing people on the side of the road holding up flags near Re'im Air Force Base. See that? So I'm just making it a bit bigger for you. That's what you're seeing right now is I believe that convoy is approaching Re'im Air Force Base. I mean, it's really something. The hostages are right now coming back into Israel, 7 of them. And Netanyahu is at the airport greeting Trump. It's really striking, right? Again, the hostages are being driven back into Israel right now, 7 of them, the first 7. And the prime minister is at the airport greeting Trump. It's really striking. There's Jared and Ivanka. All right, now look at the shot with the hostages now. Look at the shot with the hostages. See the motorcycles there? Now make it a little bigger. Look at this. So, it's a lot going on right now. Here's Trump right there. There is Trump. There is Trump. He just got off the plane. He's giving the fist bump. As the hostages get driven, I think they're about to get to Re'im Air Base right now. Look at this split screen. Wow. Crazy. There's Netanyahu greeting Trump.
No hands. You're blocking everyone right now. Everybody.
Quick thanks to Allie B from Tennessee, Silly Billy 1A. Thank you. Steve C. Mr. Snapadoo on Twitch, Reaper 1976S, Tribal Convictions, Gonzalez, Will Okla, Cats Sado, thank you. So Trump has arrived. He's talking to Netanyahu and others, and at the same time, the first 7 released hostages are making their way, I believe, towards Re'im Air Base, Re'im military base in Israel. There's Trump. So we're showing you both things. Oh, look, people are greeting the hostages now. Look at this. Guys, people are greeting the hostages. Can you see this? Look at the crowds greeting the hostages there. The hostages are arriving at the Re'im military base right now. The hostages are arriving at Re'im military base right now. So I'm trying to show you both things at once. But I can see on the Re'im shot, the hostages, the convoy is going by. Those are those crowds that have been waiting for them to show up. 7 of the 20 living hostages arriving at the military base right this second. Wow. As Trump is on the tarmac. Let me real quick just go to that real quick, make it a bit bigger for you, just so you can see what's happening there. That's the hostage convoy showing up at the military base. And then there's Trump with Ivanka and Jared. Trying to show you both things. Steve Witkoff is there too. I don't want to ignore the hostages. Look, there's the hostages right here. Oh my gosh, there's too much happening. There's too much happening. Throw this down there. That's one. Put this here. I can put this here. There. I'll keep moving it around. Oh, I think that's it for that shot. All right, that shot is over. That shot is now over. So we can get rid of that shot. We can get rid of that shot.
Guys, he's going to need to walk through here, okay? So we're going to have to clear a lane. We're going to have to clear a lane if you can scoot back so the president can walk around, okay? Perfect. He's going to walk around this way. Correct. Yeah, you can go around that way. I
guess he's not going to speak or anything? No? I didn't know they had microphones there, so maybe the microphones were just to capture the sound. In less than an hour, President Trump will be addressing the Israeli Knesset, the parliament, in less than an hour. So we'll be carrying that live.
The Prime Minister joined him, yeah?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it.
Okay. Got my back to it. Okay. Okay.
It is 3:05 a.m. Eastern Time right now. Thanks for tuning in, wherever you are. I am still in Madrid. It is 9:05 a.m. here. I think I'm more on. I think I'm more on U.S. time right now. I'm all confused. But President Trump, you can see, we just saw him land. He is talking with Bibi Netanyahu. There they are. We're going to continue our coverage. I haven't even checked, but we're waiting for the other 13 living hostages to be released. I don't know if we've heard an update on them. Let me check on that. There's been so much happening. Trump and Bibi in the car there. I have an update, guys. I have a new update. I have a new update for you. Hang on. The IDF announces that members of the Red Cross are on their way to another meeting point in the southern Gaza Strip where a number of hostages will be handed over to them. Okay, so 7 of them are back in Israel of the 20 living hostages. The Red Cross is now going to get more hostages in southern Gaza. More hostages going to be handed over to, will it be all 13 of the remaining 20? Maybe it will be. So that we have to look out for. And I'm going to keep the camera on Trump and Netanyahu in the car for right now. And let me just check a couple things here. Okay, we have that. We have that. Hey guys, so we do have this video from Khan Yunis, but some of our viewers said the Khan Yunis video is going to be for the prisoners when they show up in Khan Yunis. I mean, but I'll keep an eye on the Khan Yunis video in Gaza, because, I mean, in theory, we might see hostages on that video. I don't think we're supposed to see the hostages on live video in Gaza, but we'll have to see. So we're keeping an eye on the airport there. And again, the IDF says the Red Cross is now heading to a point in southern Gaza where they're going to get more hostages. More hostages. Are we going to have the last 13 handed over? I don't know. There is Trump. And after the hostages are handed over, Israel will will release about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. So we're keeping you updated on all these different fronts. Thank you to American Rebel 27 and Katya T. Thank you. Captain Jerry Donnelly, Granny Joe, I Am Charlie, John Parsons. John Parsons says, we are living in amazing times. Rose Starbright, thank you. Vanden, thank you. Milak Bay, Food and Travel Videos, thank you. PK, thank you. Gurhan, I think it's Shifchi, thank you Gurhan for being a member. PK, Katya T, Tracy Fouts, Chrissy, thank you so much for your support of the channel. There's the President Trump motorcade. Thank you also to Debbie K. Ragstole, who says, God bless America. Thank you, Debbie, for your support. I want to shout out all of our moderators, too. Oh, thank you, Martha Crawford, for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Martha. Thanks to all of our moderators who are moderating right now during our live coverage as the convoy gets underway. I really appreciate all of our moderators for being here. Roberts May Queen is moderating. Thank you, Roberts May Queen. Thank you also for moderating. David Green, Idaho Star, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you so much. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks also to our Facebook mods as well, like Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley. Thank you. Who? Hold on a second. Oh, here we go. Thank you again to all of our moderators. So we're watching the motorcade, the Trump motorcade, and I will keep giving you updates on the hostage situation. The Trump BB motorcade is heading out. Hey, look at the flags. Trump will be addressing the Knesset in Jerusalem in about 45 minutes. Thank you, Sadi, for your support. All right, so we're going to stay with the airport for a little bit more, and we're bringing you updates. Again, the Red Cross is traveling to a meeting point in southern Gaza where they are going to pick up more hostages. Hold on. I don't know that we need to stay on this shot anymore. Hey, I'm gonna go. Let's go to Reem base. Hold on. Let's cut to go to Reem base. Let's go to the Reem air base. All right, hold on a second. Hey guys, I don't know if we're seeing this yet. At some point, I think in Reem air base, the hostages are supposed to get into the helicopters. So they drove to Reem air base. So the helicopters were not to take them from Gaza to the air base. The helicopters, I think, are to take the hostages from the air base to, hospitals maybe in other parts of Israel. So now I'm seeing these. What's going on with these? Is what's happening here? I'm not sure. At the at the military base. I'm sorry, the Reem military base. What is happening now? Are these vehicles going to pick up the second batch of hostages, maybe? Is that possible? See what I'm saying? Are these vehicles leaving the base to go back into Gaza to get the second group of hostages, maybe? Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. This base is right near Gaza. Oh, this is not, obviously this is not Ben Gurion Airport. There are 13 living hostages left to be returned. So there's a lot to keep up with right now. I do have a live shot from Khan Yunis, but I don't have any sign that there's going to be a hostage exchange there on camera, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Let me just see if I have other updates for you here. And again, we're going to see Trump address the Parliament in Israel in about 45 minutes. No, the hostages already arrived at the base. We saw them arrive at the base right as Trump was arriving in Israel. So will the next batch of hostages released be the remaining 13 of 20? We could be in minutes we may get word that the rest of the living hostages have been released. That's very possible that we'll hear that at any moment now. Okay. More soon. So waiting to get an update on the next batch of hostages. Now let me show you this shot from Khan Yunis, Gaza. Let's look at this for a second. Okay, that is Khan Yunis, Gaza. where there's a big crowd there, but I don't know that we're going to see hostages there. That may be to greet prisoners, I don't know. Oh, hold on, I have something else to show you. I have another shot. What is this shot? What is this shot? What is that shot? What are we looking at here? We have a new we have a new shot. Now, what is this? You know, where's the audio coming from? Oh, I know. I think I know. Oh, this is Trump's. This must be Trump's. This is the Trump convoy. Hey, it's the Trump convoy. This is a live shot of the Trump Netanyahu convoy. It has no audio on it. You are looking live at the Trump Netanyahu convoy. How about that? Again, it is a muted shot, but there it is. The motorcade, the motorcade. Yes, that's a better word. Motorcade is a better word, thank you. We have blanket coverage of Trump's visit here. Okay. Yeah, the shot that they are providing of this is a muted shot. But, so we're showing you that. And this is going on at the same time as the Red Cross is picking up the other batch of hostages. Now, Trump is supposed to meet with hostage families in about 25 minutes. That's on his schedule. But remember, really at any moment now, we could hear at any moment that the last living hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. I'm thinking we might hear that at any moment, which is, of course, a huge milestone. So I am waiting for updates on that. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know. Seven of the 20 have been returned. Seven living hostages have been returned to Israel more soon. Thank you to Brian Jones for your support. When will we get word about the remaining hostages being handed over? The IDF does confirm that the 7 living hostages who were released earlier have come back into Israel, where they will undergo an initial medical evaluation and meet with their families. Thank you, Crazy Carl, for your support. You are looking at a live shot of the Trump-Netanyahu motorcade. I'm going to have to get some more water in a second. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the Red Cross is on the way to get more hostages in Gaza. Trump is heading to the Knesset in Jerusalem right now. Thank you, MG, for your support. As I've said, really at any moment now, we could hear that the last living hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. I have not seen any reporting that that has happened yet. Hold on a second, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, hold on. Excuse me. It is currently 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time. 3:27 a.m. Eastern Time. It is 10:27 a.m. Israel Time. I am in Madrid, where it is 9:27 a.m. President Trump will be addressing the Knesset in about a half an hour. We will have live coverage of President Trump addressing the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. And we are also covering the release of the remaining living hostages. And I don't know how the timing will work out. I don't know how long it'll take after the living hostages are released for the, I assume the prisoners, the Palestinian prisoners will be released after the living hostages are released. Sometime that can take a while. I don't know if we'll still be on the air when the Palestinian prisoners are released. I'll show it if we're on the air at the time. About 2,000 of them are going to be released. I think that little sound is from the video for some reason. There are photos that have been released of one of the hostages meeting with Israeli forces. I'm going to post a link right now to Manny Fabian posted photos of one of the hostages, Alon Ohel, meeting with Israeli forces. I just posted a link in the chat. Gulf War vet says, I want to see the others released soon, hopefully. You are still looking at the Trump-Netanyahu motorcade heading to the Knesset. What I need to do is take about 20 seconds, and I'm going to disappear for about 20 seconds and fill up my water glass. So just give me 20 seconds to fill up my water glass. Hold on. Okay, thank you. Still no word about the other hostages being handed over. We're waiting for that to happen. The Red Cross was a while ago said to be en route to pick them up. Look at the motorcade. Oh, hold on a moment. Hang on a moment. Al Jazeera says the Red Cross has begun receiving the second batch of released prisoners. Oh, I have video. Hold on. What is this? Is this what I think it is? That's in Gaza, but is there any chance that that's the hostages being? So I'm seeing reports saying the Red Cross has begun to receive the second batch of hostages. That is in Gaza, and it is Red Cross vehicles. So I don't know if they're picking up the hostages in that shot there. Let me see. I think that's Khan Yunis. There's a lot of music going on there. But that is Khan Yunis. I gotta fix the caption. Hold on. Now, I got to turn the volume down. It's all music. Let me get some updates here. There's some reports coming out that the Red Cross has started to receive some of the hostages. The next batch. Oh, I have another photo of one of the hostages, Gali Berman. I'm going to post the link in the chat to Gali Berman meeting Israeli soldiers. So we're starting to see photos of hostages from the first batch. But I'm a little confused if these Red Cross vehicles are going to be taking the hostages. And I just don't know. So Al Jazeera Arabic is showing these. What are they showing? I'm going to use my phone to translate the captions in Al Jazeera Arabic so I can see what I'm looking at here, because they have two different shots. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience while I do this. We want to do this. Translate. No, that didn't help me. Translate. Al Jazeera says an Israeli source, I think they said the Red Cross handed over the second batch of prisoners. All right. I'm a little confused. I am a little confused. Al Jazeera is showing this shot, though, for whatever it's worth. This is also, I'm getting it from Reuters, but it is in Khan Yunis. Jason says, does the Red Cross have armed security? I don't know what kind of security the Red Cross has. Maybe they don't, because maybe it would be provocative. I don't know how they handle things with the Red Cross. I mean, they have agreements with both sides. Thank you, Jason. Thank you also, Karen, Steve Lee, and Gringo. Hey, Gringo, thanks for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you, Gringo. Thank you. And Bill Evans, really appreciate your support. Bill says, we'll see how this all plays out. I don't trust this peace deal at all. Thank you, Gildaman from Australia, too. The Trump motorcade is still going. Trump is heading to the Knesset to speak there. We'll show you him speaking there. Let's see here. There's a video showing a hostage meeting with his mother, and I will post a link in the chat to the video showing Bar Cooperstein with his mother. Crazy. Videos are starting to come out of, we're seeing photos and videos of hostages who've been released. Yonah Jeremy Bob, who is with the Jerusalem Post, just said the second round of Israeli hostages are probably being handed over to the Red Cross soon. Now, will it be the remaining 13, the last 13 living hostages? Khan News reports that the Red Cross is with Hamas ahead of the second phase of the hostages released. I don't know if the vehicles we're looking at right now are the ones picking up the hostages. Now, what I can do is I'm going to put the motorcade in a little box. That's the Trump Netanyahu motorcade there. Oh, now what's that? They just switched the shot. Oh, whoa, hold on. So that's a new shot from Khan Yunis. Huh. I don't know what's going on there. There's the Red Cross. What are we seeing now? I got to focus on the Red Cross thing. Hang on. See anything new there? I don't know. So we have Khan Yunis in the big shot, and the smaller shot is the Trump-Netanyahu motorcade heading to the Knesset in Jerusalem. Thank you, Princess Meyer, for being a member. Thanks, Borno, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks, Rooster Coburn, for gifting a sub. For gifting out 6 subs. Hey, that's really nice of you, Rooster Coburn. Thank you. Thanks, Karcher Runs, for subscribing on Twitch. And Mr. Snapadoo. How's the volume how's the sound on the Gaza shot? Let's see. Still a little music there, so I'm going to turn that off. N12 News says the 13 living hostages remaining will soon be transferred to Israel. Okay, that is from N12 News Israel. They say the remaining 13 living hostages, wow, what a big moment, will be transferred to Israel shortly, according to N12 News Israel. What are we seeing with that truck pulling in? I don't know. I don't even know what we're looking at here. It's a bit confusing. I actually need, I'm going to put on a couple eye drops. Give me a second. I need my eye drops. One moment, please. Thanks for your patience. If I can find them, I'll put them in. One moment. So we are waiting for the remaining hostages to be released. The last 13 living hostages, supposedly any moment now. Oh, I got them right here. I got my eye drops. I found them. Hold on, I'm going to disappear off the screen while I put them in. Thanks for your patience. Well, it looks like Trump is running a little late because Trump was supposed to meet with hostage families at 10:45 and it's 10:44. He was supposed to address the Knesset at 11 and it's 10:44. Thank you, Jason Bewley. Jason, I think this may be something to have the prisoners coming back. this event here. Hey, thanks Ken Lance. Thanks Victoria Estrida, our new member. Philippa Gladstone Pipsy, our new member. Thank you. Amit Siegel with N12 News reports that 13 more hostages have been handed over. So unconfirmed report from Israel that the last 13 living hostages have been handed over. Yonah Jeremy Bob says Hamas says it has handed over the second round of Israeli hostages to the Red Cross, but not yet confirmed. Wow. Well, we'll try to get this confirmed for you, obviously. Hillel Bitten Rosen with Channel 14 Israel. Hillel Bitten Rosen says the 13 remaining living hostages are currently being transferred to the Red Cross in relatively good condition, all walking on their own and communicating with their surroundings. Wow. Waiting for some official confirmation of this. Huge. N12 News Israel says all the 13 other living hostages are now in the hands of the Red Cross. Very big news. I'm not going to play the music. That is... So again, it is not yet confirmed, but N12 News is reporting that the last living hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. Khan News also says, Gil Cohen of Khan News says all the remaining living hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. Waiting to get some confirmation here. Maybe an official statement from the IDF. That would be good. A quick thank you to Manish Sharma. Hey, thanks so much, Manish, for supporting the channel. Manish Sharma. And also, thank you so much to Dwin Harbin. Thank you, Dwin, for your support. And David H.M. David says, peace, strength, they're all home. That's what it sounds like. Princess Mayer, thank you. There were 20 living hostages. Reportedly, the last 13 have just been handed over to the Red Cross. 7 are already back in Israel. As soon as I see some confirmation from the IDF, I will let you know. Oops, that should be a little higher on the screen there. Texas says, yup, let's just wait. Nathan said Fox News said Trump is going to speak in 9 minutes. Well, as I said, the Trump schedule is behind because he was supposed to meet with hostage families at 10:45, but it's 10:52 and he's not there yet. So I think it's going to be later. He was supposed to speak at 11, but I don't think he's going to because he's not there yet. So I think it's just pushed back. It sounds like if Fox is showing that, I don't know they are, it sounds like they're referring to the official schedule, but it seems like it's going to be later than that. Hang on one second here. I have still not seen an official confirmation from the IDF that the last 13 living hostages have been handed over, although it's being reported in Israeli media. Amit Siegel, N12 News is reporting it. I think Khan News reported it. Yes, the number I have seen, as Pam M. said, the number I have seen is an estimate of 28 dead hostages. But I don't know that, well, I don't know if any of the remains are going to be handed over today. That I don't know. I do have some footage from Hostage Square. I showed it earlier, but I'm trying to keep the footage on. I'm trying to emphasize more the footage with developing events. The Hostage Square footage has crowds on it, but I've been trying to stick more with the footage where we might see some new developments, like with the hostages or President Trump. So I can show you a bit of the footage from Hostage Square, but that's why I've been showing the other footage. This is what it looks like in Hostage. I can't play the music, so I'll show you. It's been people very celebratory, understandably. I can't even. My brain isn't working. I slept like an hour. Understandably, very celebratory mood there. But I can't play the music. That's what it looks like in Hostage Square right now in Tel Aviv. Well, soon President Trump is going to speak to... Oh, hold on. I got another Trump feed now. Hold on. I got to show this. This is going to be the Trump speech at the Knesset. This is in Jerusalem, right here. This is supposed to be the feed for the Trump speech at the Knesset. Again, multiple Israeli reports are saying that the remaining 13 living hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. We have not gotten confirmation of that yet from the IDF. Let me actually change my headline. Reports: last 13 living hostages transferred to Red Cross. We're waiting for President Trump to address the Knesset in Israel. Irene thinks the reporter is speaking in Hungarian. I have no idea. I do not know. That's what Irene thinks. I can't really hear. He's not speaking Hebrew? All right. Again, we're waiting for Trump to speak. Which is supposed to be on this feed. One of our viewers says it's Farsi. I don't know. A couple of our viewers believe it is Farsi, Iranian language. That's what several of our viewers said. Turkmen Ogli says he's speaking in Persian. Thank you, Turkmen. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. No, Lidwine Elizabeth, after the first phase of this agreement, which is the hostage release, the prisoner release, there's all these issues that need to be working out. They need to work out whether and how Hamas will disarm, whether Hamas will have a role in the management of Gaza. So what the rebuilding process will be like, who the security force will be in Gaza. There's so many issues that need to be worked out, but they were just not part of this first phase. So there's no guarantee there won't be more fighting between them. Oh, hold on. I think we're going to see Trump come in. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. There's Netanyahu. Did we see Trump? There's Netanyahu.
Prime Minister, over here. רגע, זה לא טוב.
Israel military radio says the Red Cross has received the 13 remaining living hostages.
אמרתי, לא עם הגב.
I might have did I have a typo, a misspelling? No, transferred is spelled right. How about that?
Yeah.
Trump is going to address the Knesset soon. We're waiting. I think we're waiting for Trump to show up, to walk in.
היושב-ראש, זה קצת יוצא מצד שני, לא, זה קצת שני.
Oh, the sign says, "Welcome to the Knesset, President Trump." See? I wonder if all the Knesset members are there. Welcome to the Knesset, President Trump. Here comes President Trump.
Mr. President, Amir Ohana, Speaker of the Knesset. Yes. My partner alone. Welcome to Jerusalem. Welcome to the Knesset. We've been longing for this day. Great honor. Thank you. It's our honor. Pleasure. Thank you very much. You guys know each other. We know each other. Good. Yes, please. This way, Mr. President.
Okay, still.
Maybe they have a guest booth or something.
Let's start with one here. Let's look here first. Then here.
Which one? Avi?
And please here. Let's try again. Alon.
Now here, please, to Avi, everyone. And White House photographer, please.
Daniel?
עכשיו על הספר?
רגע, הראש מותק.
להסתכל על הספר? להסתכל על הספר?
נועם, טיפה את היד השמתי.
Some Palestinian prisoners are being released right now, by the way, I think. Hold on. I'll try to get another a second shot up on the screen. Hang on. I think that might be Palestinian prisoners being released right here. If I can get it in the corner. This is my great home, a great and beautiful day. I probably read that wrong. A new beginning, he said.
Thank you.
I think we're seeing Palestinian prisoners released in the corner. Okay? Again, on the lower left, that is the Israeli military prison of Ketziot, where I believe we are seeing some Palestinian prisoners leaving the prison. I think. I'm not positive. We're seeing buses go by and vans and stuff. Thank you so much, Noah, for your support. I appreciate it, Noah. See all those trucks going by? Are those prisoners leaving? Further live coverage is expected. Sorry. There is Trump. Thank you, Eliza Jane. I appreciate it, Eliza Jane. Thank you so much.
No, actually 2 days ago. 2 days ago. 11th
Mr. President, will Israel be able to renew the war if Hamas isn't disarmed? Mr. President, can we get a few words? Mr.
What would happen if Hamas does not comply with the would happen to come out does not comply with your plan, with this army? All in Israel territory.
Mr. President, what is the war
Is the war now officially over?
Yes. Do you have any message, Mr.
Will Israel not be able to renew the war if Hamas
Thank you.
It says the broadcast will resume in a few minutes. The broadcast will resume in a few minutes. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Brock Purdy the Great. I appreciate it. Special session of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, in honor of President Trump. So, just so you can see it, on the shot from Reim base here, so that's the Reim military base, and they have a tent up, and I think what they're going to do is, I believe, oops, you can't see me, I believe they're going to take the hostages. The first 7 went to Reim, and I think they're going to maybe fly them to hospitals or something like that. They're flying them somewhere from the base. They went from Gaza to the base, and then they're going from the base maybe to hospitals, I'm not sure. That's what I thought I read. And I'm waiting for an update about the 13 remaining living hostages who are reportedly have already been handed over to the IDF, but I haven't heard any confirmation from the IDF. And we're waiting for Trump to address the Knesset, which is going to be soon. Trump will address the Knesset. Thanks, Peasy Wheats, for the membership. Sorry. So as soon as I see Trump addressing the Knesset, I will put that on the screen for you. But it hasn't started yet. This is Reim military base in Israel. Appreciate you all being with us for our live coverage this morning. It is 4:19 a.m. Eastern Time. It is 11:19 a.m. Israel time. Where I am in Madrid, it is 10:19 a.m. Hey, thanks to Kenneth Colton for the membership. Thanks, Quentin from Astoria, who says, hope they come home. Hey, thanks, Quentin. Thanks also to all of our moderators. You guys are awesome. Being here in this early morning hour U.S. time. Thank you. Let me thank a couple of our moderators. Thanks to David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Did I thank Wolf Bear and Metal Oma for subscribing on Twitch? Thank you. And Borneo, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you for moderating. And one moment here. We've had Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley moderating on Facebook. Also, thanks to Yan Lipavsky for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. And Shannon Davis Hughes is moderating. Thank you, Shannon. Oh, look at this. They're bringing out another tent. Yeah, so again, I think what they're doing is they're about to have the hostages who the first batch went from Gaza to the military base, and then they leave the military base and they go other places. So I think but they don't want to show them, I think, for privacy. So they bring out these tents. Hey, by the way, Times of Israel says the Saudi channel Al Hadath says remains of dead Israeli hostages will be transferred to the Red Cross this afternoon, but the report doesn't say how many remains. Hamas has said, according to Times of Israel, that there could be some difficulty locating some of the bodies. So some of the remains of the dead hostages, it's supposed to be around, I've heard around 28 or so. Times of Israel says at least 26. Some of those remains will be transferred today, reportedly. I have not heard that the second batch of 13 hostages has actually gotten back to Israel yet. So you are looking live at Reim military base. Yes, Trump will be speaking soon at the Knesset. I will show you that when it happens. And some Palestinian prisoners have begun to be released. I don't know if all of them, but some of them have begun to be released by Israel. The Times of Israel's Nurit Yohanan says that for over an hour, Red Cross vehicles have been near Hamas vehicles at the second handover point. And a bunch of reports have said that the 13 hostages have been handed over, but some of those reports have been retracted. So we don't know if they've all been handed over. For sure. We're waiting for a confirmation from the IDF. It is unconfirmed that the last 13 have been given to the Red Cross. Soon, President Trump will speak to the Israeli Knesset. We will have that live for you. Now they're taking that down there. N12 News reports that the Palestinian prisoners' office says that the buses with the Palestinian prisoners released from Ofer prison are making their way towards Bayatunia and Ketziot prison towards the Gaza Strip. Oh, I got the feedback from the Knesset, guys. Let's go back to the Knesset. Hold on. We're going back to the Knesset. There it is. There is the Knesset in Israel, waiting for Trump to speak. I see a van pulling up to the tent. Hold on. So, at the military base, wait, where is this? That's the military base that's Ray military base. I do see a van pulled up, so it's possible that one or more hostages is getting unloaded out of the van, and one of the 7 hostages who's already come back to Israel today and is going to be flown somewhere else. See the van there? But they have those tents up so you can't see them. Again, that's the Re'im military base. And that is the Knesset where Trump is supposed to speak soon. Aren't we? Oh, hold on, we have an announcement. Breaking news, the IDF says the 13 remaining hostages are on their way to have been transferred to the Red Cross. The IDF just confirmed it. Breaking news, the IDF just confirmed. The IDF just confirmed that the last 13 living hostages are with the Red Cross. Breaking news, huge news, huge news. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. The IDF confirms the last 13 living hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. Big, big news. So, there are no more Israeli hostages in Hamas custody for the first time since October 7th, 2023. Wow. Big news. What a milestone in this conflict. Oops, sorry. We are now waiting for Trump to speak. Kerem says, will a new big war begin? I have no idea how things are going to play out. Ron Stahlcup says, never thought I would see the day. Yes, there are roughly, I've seen 26 or 28 deceased hostages. Reportedly, some of them might be handed back today, but we don't know for sure. Yes, when I said there's no hostages, that's true. I meant living hostages. There are still the dead hostages. But a fair point, yes, that they still have deceased hostages. Thank you, Pro Lang. Thank you for Denmark. Thank you. Thank you, Frank M. in New Jersey. Thank you, Frank M. Caleb C. Thank you. Sean, thank you for the memberships. Thank you, Andrew, for the membership. Thank you, Kenneth Colton, for the membership. I really appreciate it. AP says the bodies of the remaining 28 dead hostages are expected to be handed over as part of the deal, although the exact timing remained unclear. AP also said in initial photos, those released appeared less gaunt than some of the hostages freed in January. I remember there were, those got a lot of publicity, some of the video and the footage of the hostages released in January. I remember that. Our viewer TJ Adams said I-24 said 72 hours, but only the remains in Hamas possession. Banana Doe says I watched it in January, I remember. Trump after this will head to Egypt, where he and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi will lead a summit with leaders from more than 20 countries on the future of Gaza and the broader Middle East. Again, we are waiting for Trump to speak. At the Knesset, which should be soon. Both Israel and Egypt have announced that Trump would receive their country's highest civilian honors, says AP. AP says the truce remains tenuous, that's flimsy, and the sides have not agreed on Gaza's post-war governance, Gaza's reconstruction, and Israel's demand that Hamas disarm. Negotiations over these issues could break down, and Israel has hinted it may resume military operations if its demands are not met. Also, Israel has agreed to reopen 5 border crossings, which will help ease the flow of food and other supplies into Gaza. Our viewer Ebola, thank you. Ebola thinks no chance of peace until either side is conquered? I hope not. Thank you, Ebola. Thank you, Gary Baines, as well. Gary Baines, thank you. Oh, guys, hold on. Is this a different feed or what? Wait, hold on. I have a different feed. Look at this. Oh, no. I got to use this feed. This is the feed I need to use. Yes, with the speech will be on this feed. The speech will be on this feed. It looks like maybe another hostage is getting on one of the helicopters at Re'im base. That's the Re'im military base where 7 hostages went after being freed by Hamas. And looks to me like maybe another one is getting on a helicopter. I don't know, but you see that black van up there? Maybe all of them are. I'm seeing people get out of the black van right now. I think we might in the distance be seeing hostages get off of the black van and then walk into the tent area. Well, they'll be taken to different helicopters. But we could see people getting out of that black van. I think we might be seeing in the distance some of the hostages. But I believe that's the first 7, not the second 13. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned this. Thanks to our viewer. I didn't know that they had done this. I forget who it was who mentioned this. One of our viewers said that the IDF on their Facebook page posted some photos of the hostages. Hey, look, guys. So let me show you this real quick. This is from the from IDF. We've waited 738 days to say this. They're finally home. So see, these are some pictures of the hostages from the IDF. Well, they're a little bit cut off as I'm showing them, but you can go to the IDF page to get the full pictures. Wow, they have been in custody for 2 years and 6 days. Okay, so those are those pictures of the hostages. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that. I appreciate it. Oh, people are coming into the Knesset. Are they going to start soon, maybe? Perhaps? Trump speaking soon? Our viewer... Ali B says, I know they suffered. I can't imagine. Bailey says the war will go on. It don't stop now. Thank you, Alicia Alexander, who says, I hope this works out for the best for all innocent civilians on both sides. This is a big moment in history. Thank you, Alicia Alexander. Thanks, Terry, a.k.a. Fugawi, for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks, Wolf Bear for subscribing, and Metal Oma for subscribing on Facebook. It's a little behind schedule. Trump was supposed to originally speak at 11 a.m. It is now 11:42 a.m. Suzanne Knight says, some positive news today in this crazy world. Oh, I think maybe more hostages are being brought out to the helicopters right now. So that's at Reim base. They have tents set up by the helicopters, and the helicopters will be taking the hostages to other locations, the freed hostages. Oh, hold on, I have a video to show you. What's this? What's that? What is this right here? Is that Palestinian prisoners leaving? That video right there is not the Knesset. That video right there is of, what is it? Well, those are all Israeli vehicles. I think that might be Ofer Prison. Is that Ofer Prison? This is Ofer Prison in Israel. I don't know why we're seeing a big convoy of vehicles. I believe a bunch of buses left there before. I don't know if that's more prisoners being released, but that's Ofer Prison in Israel. That's what you're seeing a video of right now. You know, most of the prisoners, I think, were going back to Gaza, but some were going to other places. So I don't know if this is some of the prisoners. I can see the Knesset on the other shot, but we'll leave this shot up for a second. Again, this is outside of Israel's Ofer Prison. While we wait for Trump to speak. Oh, the IDF has announced that, oh no, the IDF says, is this new? Hold on, let me see. Is there a new IDF announcement? Hold on. I was misreading something before. Lazar Berman with Times of Israel says there are attempts by President Trump's team to arrange a visit to one of the hospitals that will receive the Israeli hostages. Hey, let me go back to these might be prisoners being transferred out of the prison. I'm not sure here. Khan News says the 13 last living hostages have been handed over to the IDF, by the way. Khan News says the IDF now has the last 13 hostages. Guy Azriel from I-24 News says, in a last-minute decision, Prime Minister Netanyahu may join President Trump at the summit in Egypt. What's happening here? I don't know what's going on there. They're running. What are they doing? What's happening here? What's going on here? I don't know. Those reporters, what's happening? Yes, the IDF just posted 13 hostages who were returned have now met IDF and Shin Bet forces in the Gaza Strip, and they are making their way to Israeli territory. So the IDF now has the last, and they're heading to Israel. The IDF now has the last 13 living hostages. The Israeli Defense Force confirms that. Trump is not speaking yet. We will show him speaking. Hold on. There is the Knesset. We're waiting for Trump to speak. Our viewer Anurag thinks by the end of the year they'll be fighting again. I hope not. Thank you, Sadi, for your support. Oh, what's happening over here? What's going on here? Look at this. I see soldiers out. Are there protesters or something? Look at this, guys. Look at that. Look, they're throwing. I don't know if there are like maybe people demonstrating outside the prison. Yeah, it looks like maybe there's some protesters. Or I don't know if people, it looks like maybe people are somewhere near the prison where they're not supposed to be. But you can see they're throwing like stuff at them, the soldiers. Hold on. I believe this is outside Ofer prison. That's according to Reuters. I don't know if people went to wait outside the prison because people were getting released, but now there's some sort of operation, security operation. Look at this. I think they were firing tear gas at them or something. Yeah, I mean, Reuters says this is the outside of Ofer prison. Again, I believe they are clearing people out of the area. That's what it looked like. Up, the view just cut out. Did they cut off the stream? Well, there you go. We lost that shot. The shot, now we don't have the shot. I wonder if the sensors said cut the shot. I don't know, but we lost that shot. So I'll see if I can get more. Hang on, I might have another version of it. No, yeah, the shot just went out. All right, let me... Oh, I have a different shot of it. I can get for you. Give me a moment. I'm going to get the other shot of outside of Ofer prison. I have it here. So just give me a moment and I'll pull it up for you. Hang on. I have one from AFP. But it's going to take me a second to get it on the screen. Waiting to get that other shot for you. I still don't have it yet. All right, here it is. I'm going to put it on the screen now for you. So let me get rid of this shot for now. Get rid of the audio. And now I'm going to put on the screen for you this one. Here's a shot of what we were just looking at outside of Ofer prison. Hold on. All right, there it is right there. We were just looking at this. Is that an ambulance? So this is outside the prison where Palestinian prisoners were being released from. And a bunch of armored vehicles, of military vehicles, came outside of the prison, and it seemed like they were chasing away people or something. Now there's smoke coming out. I don't know. Oh, I don't know if they're firing tear gas or what. It looks like back at the, look at that. See the smoke up there? Look at this. At the Reem base, I think some of the helicopters are leaving the Reem base they're taking hostages to hospitals. This is from AFP. Look at this. This is from AFP outside of Ofer prison. There's the prison. Now there's other vehicles leaving the prison right now. I don't know if those are prisoners leaving. But that is Ofer prison right there. Maybe those vehicles are going to help with this matter that they're trying to deal with. I don't know. Ofer prison is in the West Bank. Okay. So it's I probably shouldn't have said. I mean, it's Israel-controlled West Bank. So what maybe was going on is, I wonder if there were Palestinians gathered outside the prison, knowing that prisoners were going to be released, and I don't know if they were somewhere they weren't supposed to be or something. But this prison is in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. We're still waiting for Trump to speak at the Knesset. Oh, helicopters are taking off on the other shot. Hold on a second here. So look, that is a helicopter leaving from, that's the Re'im military base where 7 hostages were already taken. I believe these helicopters are taking the hostages to hospitals. So 1 or more hostages presumably is on that helicopter. But that's a helicopter that just left from Re'im military base in Israel near Gaza. I gotta get this back up on the screen. Hold on. Messing everything up. Okay, hold on. We're hearing more from the... There's another helicopter taking off, by the way. Another helicopter taking off. That's the helicopter at the Re'im military base in Israel. Okay? That's the helicopter from Re'im military base. Another one taking off, just so you can see it. And then the popping you heard was, seems like there's a little bit of a security situation outside of Ofer prison in the West Bank. Stand by. I wonder if they said they can't show it anymore. Maybe. We had that shot on from two different places, and the shot went dark on both places. So I don't know if they're not allowed to shoot there while that's happening. I don't know. Anyways, let's go over to. Well, that's Re'im Air Base. Let's go to the Knesset. Hold on. Man, the Knesset, we're still waiting for Trump to speak there. We've been waiting a while for that. I feel like last year or the year before, when there were prisoner releases by Israel, I believe I remember similar things happening, where I think it might have even been over prison, where there would be Israeli forces leaving the prison and clearing people out from the surrounding area or whatever. Thanks, James, for your support. I just saw something, guys. Maybe an explanation for the delay. Hang on. Roy Case from Israeli Reporters says, Israeli media reports that the Egyptian president al-Sisi spoke with Netanyahu for the first time since the start of the war. And they were talking about Netanyahu going to Egypt for the summit today that Trump is going to. So that might be what we're waiting for, is that the Egyptian president reportedly invited Netanyahu to the summit in Egypt. I'm seeing reports that the remaining Israeli hostages are in Israeli territory. I have an update for you. Israeli military radio says Al Jazeera said that Israeli security forces threw gas grenades or gas cylinders towards journalists. Now, I don't know if they were trying to... I think there might have been journalists out there, but I don't know if they were actually firing towards the journalists. We did see what looked like Israeli security outside the prison in the West Bank firing gas of some sort. But I don't know that they were intentionally firing it towards journalists. But they're very, we couldn't really tell what was going on. Amakai Stein with Jerusalem Post says the possibility is being considered that Netanyahu will join the summit with Trump in Egypt today. Netanyahu spoke with Egyptian President el-Sisi. So it sounds like maybe Trump and Netanyahu hanging out, and I don't know if Trump set up the call with the Egyptian president between Netanyahu and the Egyptian president. Now, what is this shot? Hold on, I have another shot for you. This is this is in the West Bank. This is in the West Bank here, outside of, hold on. That's outside of the prison there. Now we lost the shot again. Stand by. All right, well, that was outside of the prison again in the West Bank, but we just lost the shot. Thank you to Propotide. Thank you for your support. Thank you also, Eric Talks. Thank you, Eric. Eric thinks that the Israel fired towards apartments and journalists and then stopped the cameras to cover up like always. That's what Eric Talks thinks. Thanks, Eric, for your support. Okay, Lahav Harkov of J Insider reports that the meeting... So Trump has been in the Knesset speaker's office, she says, and she says the meeting took longer than expected because Trump and Netanyahu called the Egyptian president, and now Netanyahu's going to Egypt. There's Trump. So supposedly that's what took a long time. Here is Trump now. Here is Trump. Trump is about to speak at the Knesset. So there was some diplomatic stuff going on. And now Trump is going to speak. The White House just went live with their feed.
דדי, גם אתה. ולא חלילה תרגיש... למה, מה אפשר לעשות פה?
President Trump is about to address the Knesset. Here we go, guys. Yes, there's a photo now. Ariel Oserin says with I-24 News says in a phone call brokered by President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly accepted an invitation by Egypt's president to join the peace summit and Egypt today. We are waiting for Trump to, still waiting for Trump to address the Knesset, which is supposedly about to happen. Supposedly. Code Buddy is watching in Nigeria. Thanks for watching from there. Thank you to all of our moderators. Wow, it is 5:13 a.m. Eastern Time. Where I am in Madrid, it is 11:13 a.m. Hey, thanks Janet B for moderating. Thanks also to David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much for moderating on Twitch. I slept about an hour, so I am pretty tired. I'm just visiting here. Eastern Time. Oh, hold on, I'm hearing. Where I am in Madrid, it is 11:30. I am pretty tired. You were hearing two of me. Now you're hearing one of me. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks for moderating on Facebook. Oh, thanks so much to Joshua Andrews, MMA. Thanks, Joshua. I really appreciate that. Joshua Andrews, MMA. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Dasha Burns, who is with Politico, she is White House press pool today, or she's White House press pool today. She says that a bunch of people in the audience are wearing these hats, these Trump the peace president hats. Can you see this here? Hold on, I'll show you better. She said a bunch of people are wearing these. Why can't you see this? You are not seeing what I'm seeing for some reason. That's what the hat says, anyways. Hold on, I'm trying to get the picture of the hat. Where is the... I'll get this for you. Oh, I got it. Hold on, I'm gonna get the picture of the hat for you. Give me one moment. I'm just getting this done. Give me one moment. Here's the picture of the hat from Dasha Burns. Where'd it go? Here it is, right there. There it is. She said a number of people in the Knesset have these red hats on. Anyways. Free hat, says one of our viewers. Yeah, it sounds like all of the President Trump and Netanyahu calling the Egyptian president, which was supposedly brokered by President Trump, sounds like all of that delayed all of this, all of the speech at the Knesset. Hey, thanks Propotede for the membership. Propotede. And also, Randy, that's very nice of you. Thanks, Randy, for the memberships. Randy over there on YouTube, thank you. I see one of those red hats, I think. Maybe I don't, actually. Maybe it's not a red hat. Again, the call today between the Egyptian president and Netanyahu was reportedly the first time they have spoken since the October 7th attack. I wonder if it was really a surprise. Like, did Netanyahu really not think he was going until Trump showed up and he said, hey, you should go to this thing? Or was it the kind of thing where they'd sort of talked about it before? I don't know. Tuck F thinks it's all for show. I mean, there's politics about it, so. Gary Bain says last minute. Iron Gajeel thinks things like that can't be a surprise. Too much security and such. Three Winters says these things do not happen on a whim. We are still waiting for President Trump to speak to the Knesset. I am sorry for the delay. Okay, the IDF says those hostages who have returned to Israel today the ones who have already returned to Israel, have begun taking off for hospitals where they will meet their families. Okay. Again, in the last few minutes, Air Force helicopters took off, taking 3 hostages to the hospital, accompanied by their families. I think maybe some family members. Maybe they meet the rest of their families at the hospitals. The remaining abductees have undergone an initial medical evaluation and are making their way to the hospitals, where they will meet with the rest of their families and receive continued medical treatment. Hey, thanks Harper Ann for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Harper Ann. Again, we are waiting for Trump to speak. What a huge day. There are now no more living hostages in Gaza from October 7th. Wow. I remember covering it 2 years and 6 days ago. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll cover the Ukraine-Russia war stopping. I don't know. Oh, here is this picture of Trump, Netanyahu's office. Netanyahu released some pictures of him and Trump. Netanyahu posted that picture. These are pictures from Netanyahu. There's him and Trump meeting. That's what they were just doing. Yellow thinks the Ukraine war isn't stopping. Oh, wow, Lola P. Hey, thanks, Lola P, for the membership. So nice of you. Really appreciate your support for the channel, Lola P. Oh, what happened? I have 2 feeds, by the way. I have 2 feeds. This one froze for a second, but the White House feed is live, and the White House feed is live, but it just says we'll begin shortly. So he has not started speaking yet. All right, hold on. They're having an issue with their feed. Again, beep. There's the White House one that says we will begin shortly. See? So we'll just show you this one. President Trump delivers remarks to the Knesset. There you go. Hopefully they get the other camera back. We're waiting again for Trump to address the Knesset. We're still waiting. You can see it says right there. One of our viewers said first helicopter about to land at the hospital. Oh, I think I might have video of that, which I can show you in the meantime. I have to pull it up here. Hold on. There's so much happening. I'll try to pull up that helicopter video if I can before it lands. We're still waiting for Trump to address the Knesset. Man, that has been delayed. In a second, I'll pull up the, well, I don't know if I'll get to it fast enough. I was trying to show you this helicopter landing. All right, I got the shot of the helicopter. Is it landing at the hospital? I'll put it up right now. Putting it up for you right now. I think. All right, here's this helicopter landing, I think at a hospital. All right, hold on. It is right. It is right. There's a helicopter. I think maybe hostages are on it. Hold on. I mean, former hostages, freed hostages. Hostages. Yes. This is from AFP. Hostages transferred to Sheba Medical Center from Reim military base. I guess this is at Sheba Medical Center. Hey, thanks to MJ323 for the memberships. Thank you so much, MJ323. Thank you. That's very nice of you. No, Trump is not speaking yet. As soon as he speaks, I will put it on the air. Trump is not speaking yet. It has not started. That's why we have this video on. This is video of some of the freed hostages being transferred from Reim Air Base to Sheba Medical Center. Trump has not started speaking. We're still waiting for it. Oh, look, there's people coming out to greet them. Hold on. Doctors? Let's see. You'll see it in a second. Right here. Look. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, they're going in the helicopter.
תקשיב, נראה לי הם עולים קודם, בודקים אותם, ואז שמים פרגוד. הנה, there's פרגוד. אומייגאד, נו. אין פרגוד. נו. הוא אותו כבר. אולי הם כזה יצאו או כזה. אין, כבר.
Again, see they're bringing out the view blocker. Did I mention that we're still waiting for Trump to speak to the Knesset? Sheba Medical Center. Fancy view blocker, says Tim.
Next time they should sell which commercial agency do you want photos of?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
אלעל.
הם חסמו גם את החלון הקדמי.
שנה הבאה, אולי זה יהיה אמרץ.
You get them in the window? You get them in the window?
No, which window?
The first one.
The left window?
The open one, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a guy, but I don't know who is it.
He's one of the guys.
One of the hostages?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the yellow...
Okay, they're going down, I think. אלא אם כן הם החליטו לצאת. אפילו צלמי משטרה לא רואים כלום.
A number of media reports say that the president of Indonesia will reportedly visit Israel tomorrow. Lahav Kharkov says that in 2024 she reported that before October 7th, Indonesia was on the verge of normalizing relations with Israel.
The one in the window.
Israel's the world's, Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim nation. So maybe that the idea is that now that the ceasefire is happening, Indonesia feels it can have better relations with Israel. Oh, guys, the last 13 living hostages are now in Israel. The last 13 living hostages are now in Israel. That's from the IDF, from the Israeli military. Thank you, Natalie Hart. I really appreciate it, Natalie Hart. Thank you.
You see them, you see them.
You see them, you see them, you see them.
You see them, you see them. You see them now.
Oh, I guess the hostages, the ones that have just showed up, are in that van. We're hearing some cheers. There they are, some of them. Hey, look, there's one of the hostages, I guess. Look at that. There you go. We're seeing hostages, freed hostages in the van. People cheering. Neat.
After more than 2 years in captivity, a new journey starts.
UV says Trump is in meeting with hostages' families. You know, it was on Trump's schedule to meet with hostage families. I don't know if he's doing that right now. Maybe he is. That was originally on the schedule.
היום המרגש הזה, תאומים שנפלצו משכונת הצעירים בכפר עזה, הופרדו ככל הנראה, ובמשך כל הזמן הזה, כן.
ביטחון, צהוב, ביטחון. אתה יכול בבקשה, תודה.
כן, ואני יכול לעדכן טלי שבדקות האלה נחת בבית החולים בלינסון.
Yes, Amit Siegel just posted Trump and Netanyahu are in a meeting with hostage families at the Knesset, okay? So that was scheduled originally. So to repeat, Amit Siegel just posted this. Trump posted a photo of Trump and Netanyahu meeting with a group of hostage families at the Knesset. So that's been going on. People outside cheering on the hostages who've shown up at Sheba Medical Center. Military Radio Israel, GLZ Radio, reports that the 13 final living hostages have arrived at Reim military base in Israel. Hey, thank you so much, Sherry Bertrand. I really appreciate that, Sherry. Thanks for your support. Sherry Bertrand. Ariel Oserin says Saudi Arabia will also participate in the peace summit today that Trump is going to and now Netanyahu is going to in Egypt. Again, Netanyahu and Trump have been meeting at the Knesset with hostage families. I don't think I have footage of that. AP reports Trump will tell the Israeli parliament that Israel has won all that can be won by force of arms, and it should offer the hand of friendship to Iran. I do not have live footage of the Trump-Netanyahu meeting with hostage families. That I do not have footage of. Oh, here's some of it. Margot Martin posted this. She's with the White House. You can see, look at this. Margot Martin. President Trump meets with hostage families and listens to their stories. This is a clip posted by the Margot Martin who works. This is a clip posted by the White House.
Gaza, where he was killed, taken hostage. First, I want to sincerely thank you for all your efforts. Words are not enough to express our deep gratitude.
So that's what's been going on at the Knesset. Trump and Netanyahu are having this meeting with hostage families. On the original schedule, that was supposed to be 15 minutes long, but maybe it's gone on for longer. On the original schedule, Trump was supposed to speak at 11 a.m. to the Knesset. It is now 12:43 a.m. So, sorry for the delay if you've been waiting to hear him speak to the Knesset. Hey, thank you, Ken Lance. I really appreciate that from Australia. Ken Lance, thank you. The freed hostages they have been with their families, some of them at Reim Medical Base, and they are taken to hospitals like Chiba Medical Center, where they're going to meet more of their families. The Times of Israel says a Sheba Medical Center spokesperson says the hospital has been asked to prepare for a possible visit of President Trump to see the Berman family. Brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, released hostages, are at the Sheba Medical Center. So Trump might visit that hospital, I guess, after speaking at the Knesset. Lori Nance says, I am so happy for all the families. Oops, that's loud. Looks like the helicopter that brought hostages to Sheba Medical Center is taking off. Thank you, Marnie, our member. By the way, a little more information about this peace summit. So Trump and, hold on a moment here. Trump and the Egyptian president, El-Sisi, are going to be co-chairing this summit in Egypt today. Netanyahu is now going. There will be heads of state or top officials from more than 20 countries, says the Washington Post. Prime Minister Starmer of the UK, French President Macron, Italian Prime Minister Meloni, European Council President Antonio Costa will all be there. The King of Jordan, the Emir of Qatar, the Presidents of Turkey and Indonesia, the King of Bahrain, the Chancellor of Germany, and the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas will all attend. The Washington Post says Sisi and Trump are expected to hold a bilateral meeting ahead of the main session. Then the two presidents will address the assembled leaders. Attendees will hold bilateral meetings on the sidelines to discuss efforts to move forward with the next stages of Trump's 20-point peace plan for peace in Gaza. Egypt says the summit aims to end the war in Gaza, enhance efforts to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East, and usher in a new era of regional security and stability. Hold on. Trump is not on the White House stream yet. I'm literally looking at the White House stream, and I'm looking at the Reuters feed. Hold on a second. I'm looking at the AFP feed. I don't see him speaking. Oh, hold on. Is he in the room? Hang on. The White House has not gone live in the room yet, in the Knesset room. There's also a shot of a Palestinian prisoners. Look, there's Palestinian prisoners in Ramallah, one of the buses in the West Bank. That's a shot of prisoners, I think Palestinian. Palestinian prisoners being returned home. That's in Ramallah. Palestinian prisoners being let off the bus after being released. The Times of Israel says, that after Trump speaks at the Knesset, he will visit Sheba Medical Center. All, as it says on the screen, all living hostages are back in Israel. There are 28 dead hostages. It's unclear when they will be, when their remains will be returned. Hey, thanks so much to Katya T. I really appreciate it, Katya T. Thank you. No, we're waiting for Trump to speak. As it says on the screen, Trump to address Knesset. Hey, thanks to D-Tex as well. D-Tex thinks that this has. Oh, let me go to the. Let me go to the Knesset. Hold on, I'm going to go to the Knesset right now. Hang on, we're going to the Knesset right now. We're going to the Knesset. Let's go to the Knesset.
כבוד הנשיאים, כבוד ראש הממשלה וכבוד יושב ראש הכנסת.
We're going to the Knesset. Here it is. There is Trump at the Knesset. Hold on, one moment.
נא לשבת.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר 2025, ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת לכבוד נשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה, מר דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל אני מזכיר שישיבה זו היא ישיבה מיוחדת ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה עד תום הישיבה. לא תהיינה אזהרות. בנוסף, ניתן יהיה למחוא כפיים בישיבה זו כפי שכבר ראיתם. כבוד נשיא המדינה יצחק הרצוג ורעייתו מיכל, כבוד ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ורעייתו שרה, ראש האופוזיציה יאיר לפיד ורעייתו ליהי, שרים וחברי הכנסת, special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane, two key players, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner Lauren, and Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר. תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית, סגל א' של המדינה, ראשי גופי הביטחון, אלה שנמצאים איתנו ואלה שבשטח, הרמטכ"ל רב אלוף אייל זמיר, המפכ"ל רב ניצב דניאל לוי, נציב שירות בתי הסוהר רב גונדר קובי יעקבי, הוא נמצא בשטח, הוא מאלה שנמצאים בשטח, נציב הכבאות וההצלה רב תפסר אייל כספי, ראש המוסד דוד ברנע, ראש שירות הביטחון הכללי, האלוף במילואים דוד זיני, בהצלחה. ראש מנהלת החטופים גל הירש, ראשי ערים וראשי רשויות מקומיות, מנכ"ל הכנסת שהרים ב3 ימים ביקור שדרושים לו 3 חודשים לפחות, משה צ'יקו אדרי, מזכיר הכנסת עורך הדין דן מרזוק, היועצת המשפטית לכנסת עורכת הדין שגית אפיק, קצין הכנסת ניצב יובל חן, חברי הנהלת הכנסת, משפחות חטופים, משפחות שכולות, סגל א' של המדינה, מכובדים מהארץ ומהעולם, ואני פותר בזאת את הדוברים הבאים מאזכור כל המכובדים. קהל יקר, אזרחי ישראל, יש לי הכבוד המיוחד לברך יחד איתכם את החבר הטוב ביותר שהיה אי פעם למדינת ישראל בבית הלבן. ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא לכנסת, הנשיא דונלד ג'יי טראמפ. אדוני הנשיא, אני מבקש להודות לך על שהענקת לכנסת את הזכות והכבוד להיות הפרלמנט הראשון מחוץ לארצות הברית שאתה מבקר בו בכהונתך הנוכחית. במסורת היהודית נהוג לברך ברגעים ייחודיים שכאלה ברוך שנתן מכבודו לבשר ודם. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ. כבוד הנשיא, לפני 2000 שנה הוגלינו בכוח הזרוע מנחלת אבותינו, אבל בכל התפוצות בהן חיינו, מעולם לא שכחנו את ירושלים, הלב הפועם של העם היהודי מאז נוסדה כבירתו לפני 3,000 שנה, ואליה התפללנו שנה אחר שנה אחר שנה. ולפני 7 שנים היית אתה, הנשיא טראמפ, שבשם ארצות הברית של אמריקה הכרת בריבונות הישראלית על ירושלים. אתה מימשת הבטחה שנשיאים רבים לפניך הבטיחו, אבל רק אתה קיימת. העברת את השגרירות האמריקאית לירושלים השלמה והמאוחדת. תודה לך, הנשיא טראמפ.
to serve in this government that signed it, and it was very meaningful for me because 2.5 years ago I was the first head of the Knesset that was invited to speak in a parliament of Arab country, and it was in the country of Morocco, where my parents came from. You made its relationship closer in accord that it's peace for peace. Thank you very much, President Trump. Many years before your first term, already in 2011, you identified this danger of nuclear Iran.
Our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. איום על ארצות הברית משמעו איום על העולם החופשי כולו. העקבית ששמה את
Your continued that you put America first, but not America alone. Do you brought with you to the White House in your 2 terms 4 months ago, after Prime Minister started Rising Lion, you started the Midnight Hammer, which was a very brave action that there was nothing like it until you arrived at the White House. Thus, Mr. President, you prevented a nuclear holocaust that Iran wanted to bring about to the world. A country in its parliament, its elected officials cry death to America and death to Israel. And today we can say to the Ayatollahs, rule in Iran will not have nuclear power. Thank you, President Trump. Mr. President, today the Jewish people are ending the holiday of Sukkot, and tomorrow it will be Simchat Torah. And 2 years ago in Simchat Torah, it was the most difficult day for the State of Israel since its establishment, and for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Many times I came with many visitors to the area of the slaughter, and I saw the horrors. And few weeks after the 7th of October, I accompanied Jared and Ivanka who came to those difficult areas. We saw what we were in Kfar Aza, and we saw what we hope that we will never see again. Horrible sights of pogroms, children, men and women, the elderly. they are no longer there. The Satan not only murdered and raped and many of our brothers and sisters, he also abducted the live and the dead. And since then, this has been the longest and the most just war. This wound of our brothers in prison has been, when all the nation of Israel has been in pain of the families of the abducted until this morning. For 2 years, in the gallery where the guests are sitting, we had photos of the hostages. But this morning, towards this historical day, we were able to remove the photos, and I will do something spontaneous, and I will remove the pin that I received from Tzvika Moore. I am removing it because a minute ago I spoke to Tzvika Moore's brother, and they are celebrating this unification. Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you so much, President Trump.
Other American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Mr. Prime Minister, the last few years, you faced great pressures. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy that fought along with you to return the hostages, said about you, the most difficult work was that of the Prime Minister. It was the Prime Minister who had to take hard decisions, how much we have to be hard towards Hamas and when we have to be more moderate. But the truth now, that looking backwards, we wouldn't have reached this point if the Prime Minister Netanyahu wouldn't have acted the way he acted. Also, my President Trump believes that the Prime Minister Netanyahu made hard decisions, and there were people who would have been less brave who wouldn't have made these decisions. We are here today because the Hamas did not have an alternative. So says Witkoff. The pressure was great, and therefore we progressed immensely, and this is what brought about this agreement. This is what the envoy Witkoff has stated. Mr. Prime Minister, yesterday, on his way to Israel, the President Trump, that you are the right person at the right time, and I'm proud to say here, in front of the whole world, that thanks to you, we achieved the great things that we have achieved. Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. This day, today, and we will thank from the heart, depths of our heart, to the brave soldiers of the IDF, of the Israeli Defense Forces, we will thank to the IDF brave soldiers who fought like lions and endangered their lives in order to protect the state of Israel. Many of them sacrificed their lives for the country that bows its head. Their blood was did not die in vain, because with their heroism they brought this state, and their names will be inscribed forever in the hearts of the nation. President.
There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one.
Mr. President, We are confronting history. It is a very exciting day for the citizens of Israel, a day that we all wished for. In the Jeremiah, it says that from when we hear your cry, there will be a wage for your, and they will return from the country of the enemies, and the sons returned to their borders, to their land. The book of Jeremiah. I want to wish all the hostages how happy we are and how good it is that you're back home. The President Trump, who will give us that the God Almighty will bless you, your family, your country, and all those who are dear to you, and will make
America, and may God bless the state of Israel. תודה רבה וחג שמח. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש הממשלה.
I'm inviting now Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, to say a few words. President Herzog and his wife Michal, and the great honorary guests, and headed by our great friend, the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Welcome to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. Welcome to Israel in this moving day, exciting day, that will be inscribed in the history, on the annals of Israel. And you too, Mr. President, will be inscribed in the history of our nation. And you are already inscribed in the history of the world. And we remember our friends. We know your part, your important part, and the determined part of the return of the hostages in this day, when we were informed today, an hour ago, that all our live hostages returned back to us. What excitement. How long we've waited for this moment, and we have committed to return everyone. And I want to thank you personally and on behalf of the whole nation. Thank you, Mr. President, President Trump. Thank you, Mr. President.
But I'm not sure about the translation. So I'll say words in English. President Trump, the Knesset welcomes you and your distinguished delegation to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. This is your first visit to Israel, since you recognize Jerusalem as our capital and moved the embassy here. Thank you, President Trump, for that. There are many other reasons to thank you since your last visit here. Thank you for recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Thank you for standing up to the lies against Israel in the United Nations. Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskamei Avraham. Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Thank you for supporting Operation Rising Lion and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The State of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. Two of Ari's comrades were killed in this action, and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life. But I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now, so I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything.
Right here.
Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Lookner, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet. in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, of perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself. And Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד.
Honorary President, welcome to Israel. Welcome to Jerusalem. welcome in this exciting day that brought us to this day.
May God bless America, may God bless Israel, and may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America, may God bless Israel, and may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah.
Okay. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Mr. Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today, our hearts are filled with gratitude, our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors must understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world and all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, you are the one who can make it happen as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University, I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day, women were raped, babies were burned alive. And all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice. Last week I attended the 7th October memorial ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, we also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be, our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran, our industries leading the world in technology, our civil society, which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators, investors and small business owners. We will never be able to repay the debt to those who sacrificed everything these past years, to those who, as President Lincoln said, gave the last full measure of devotion. We can only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the State of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the State of Israel. Israel's future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the State of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path. To be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai. Children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה. ועכשיו, members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset, and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת הזה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה.
What's happening? Is there a protest?
להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד.
Try to find out
Sorry
what
for
happened.
that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We called it, we need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak, okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done.
I just want to update you guys. Just to update you, N12 News Israel says there were 2 people who were removed from the hall after waving a sign that said genocide. That's according to N12 News what happened.
It did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent, where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes, and that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve, very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords, because people that, right? And Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know? The Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place, because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage, first time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars. And it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war. But if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, guys, central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth, think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It was quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He said, with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, Bibi, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit him from the west, you hit him from the north, you hit him from the south, you hit him above, you hit him below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. It should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known, but he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody. But we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir, they looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's maybe, would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing this. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think. No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world, although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, you know, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. Like, you've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time, and he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just, not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3, 4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won. And now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right. And we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things. And they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threatened all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be thrown off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank, $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, but they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must tell you. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. We don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne. Who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together and we have waged war together, and perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
אני מודה לנשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה על דבריו. חברות וחברי הכנסת, תם סדר היום. הישיבה הבאה תתקיים ביום שני, כ"ח בתשרי התשפ"ו, 20 באוקטובר 2025 בשעה 16:00. חג שמח ובשורות טובות. ישיבה זו נעולה.
כבוד הנשיאים וכבוד יושב ראש הכנסת.
All right, that was we can watch President Trump walking out there. Hold on. Keep an eye on him walking. So President Trump is going to be heading to Egypt. By the way, there was reporting saying that Bibi Netanyahu was going to go to Egypt with Trump. It turns out that he's not going to Egypt, Netanyahu. If you didn't see this, it was reported, before Trump, like before a couple hours ago, there were these reports that said that Trump had Netanyahu and the president of Egypt talked to each other, and the president of Egypt invited Netanyahu to go to Egypt with Trump, and Trump was that Netanyahu was going to go. Well, look, it's not happening. You can see here. You'll see it in a second. Prime Minister of Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been invited by U.S. President Trump to attend today's conference in Egypt. The Prime Minister thanked President Trump for the invitation, but said he will be unable to attend due to time constraints ahead of the start of the Jewish holiday. Anyways. Okay, well, look. At this point, I'm pretty exhausted because I slept for an hour. I'm in Madrid. It's 2:18 p.m. here in Madrid. In the U.S., it's 8:18 a.m. East Coast time. But I'm on Madrid time, and it's 2:18 p.m. here. And I think I slept 1 hour last night. So I got to get some sleep soon. So I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to cover Trump going to Egypt. But we got to cover the hostages, all the living hostages getting back into Israel, and Palestinian prisoner release. We showed you some of that. There's actually more of that video going on of a celebration. I'll show you a second of that. I don't even know. Is this video from Ramallah? This might be in the West Bank, but I'll show you this for a second. Hold on. Where is this? Why is this? Yeah, that right there, I believe that might be in Ramallah. But that's video, I believe, of Palestinian prisoners coming home and Palestinians celebrating. Is it Khan Yunis? I'm not sure where that is. Oh, I think this is Khan Yunis. I think it is Khan Yunis. You're right. Before we were looking at Ramallah. I think this is, according to Reuters, I think this is Khan Yunis. Oh, you can't see what I'm so tired, I didn't realize you can't see it. Hold on, you're going to see it in a second. There it is. So that's going on. If I remember right, I think around 1700. Hold on, I think around 1700 prisoners are being returned to Gaza. Hold on a second here. Yeah, and then there were, I think, around 250 or so being sent, going to other places. So a little more of this. All right, so I need to get some rest. But I really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage of the release of the hostages, the living hostages, and also President Trump's visit to Israel. He is going on to Egypt, but I got to get some sleep. So I will, as the days progress, I'm here in Madrid a little while longer, but I will keep going on the air when there is big news. So if you want, subscribe and follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there if you'd like. Oops, that's not it. Where is it? There it is, @Lookner on X. But I do really appreciate everybody joining the stream. Thanks everybody who has been participating in the chats as well and letting me read your comments. We will have more news coverage for you. Again, sorry I can't cover more, but I gotta get some rest. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators too. Our moderators have been here, incredible. They're so awesome, and I really appreciate it. We came on the air. The hours were just crazy because like I came on the air here at about 6 a.m. my time. I think it was about midnight U.S. time. Thanks to all of our moderators who've been here in the chat rooms. You guys are awesome. They're the ones who allow us to have chats. They keep it under control in the chat room and civil and respectful, so thank you. On YouTube, Robert's May Queen is there right now. Danny James has been there, and all of our other moderators who were over there I thanked earlier on YouTube. Thank you. On Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Rift Track, Surly Dev. Huge thanks. I owe some more thank you to some people, by the way, which I'll thank in a second. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. And we went so long we had to restart the Facebook stream. We hit 8 hours. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, Charlotte Webb, all of our moderators. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thanks so much to everybody who donated. It's so nice of you. That is how the channel can be on the air. That's how I can buy news footage and all that. So I really appreciate your support. I owe a couple people thank yous right now. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, but huge thanks. I owe some more thank yous. Truth will set you 3 thank yous. Sadi, thank you so much. Allie B from Tennessee, JCW Edit 7, Salazar, Kieran Wilson, Oren Quake, Philip Vikram, Harper Ann, Online Piano Bar, Katya T, thank you. Also James and Natalie Hart, thank you, James and Natalie Hart, and D-Tex. CC over there on Twitch, All That I Am, Terry, a.k.a. Fugawai. Thank you for all your support. Hey, I would suggest that you guys turn on the notifications, because you never know when big news is going to happen. I don't know when next big news thing is going to happen. Who knows? So, but you can get sent a notification whenever we go live so you don't miss a stream. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. We do it through Discord. The mods will post a link in the chat, but sign up for the free notifications. Also, you can find that sign up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. Make sure you sign up for the notifications. And another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow us on X. If you're on X, follow us at Agenda Free TV. I always post a heads up there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. Well, I'm glad that the I'm glad that the hostage and prisoner exchange went okay today. We'll see if the ceasefire can continue, but there's a lot to be worked on in the Middle East, in Gaza. Is Hamas going to disarm? Are they going to have a role in post-war Gaza? Who's going to be this? Is there going to be who's going to be the international? Who's going to be the security force there in Gaza? There's all these things that need to be worked out. What's the rebuilding going to look like? I mean, this is getting far away, but hopefully the fighting can keep being ceased. Let's see here. Oh, I also want to mention we do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Big thanks to our Discord mods for all of you do. Thank you, Discord moderators. Much appreciated. And I want to mention, if you're watching on YouTube, I would recommend turning on our YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. It's a little tricky how to do that though. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to turn on the notifications, you got to subscribe to the channel. Then you got to click this bell. Then you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all so you get our YouTube notifications. And I got to thank a couple other people here. Hey, thanks to Peasy Weeds for the membership. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Thank you to all of our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. Like Martha Crawford, thank you. Robert Rial II, Chuck Mosca, Sharon Klassen-Goslin, Shannon Davis Hughes, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Oh, there's somebody else I didn't thank from before. Gonna have to write a thank you. There was somebody I missed on the previous stream on Facebook. Michelle Garrido Campbell. That was my bad. I'll have to reply and thank her. Thanks to all of our Facebook, other Facebook subscribers too. Really appreciate your support. Thank you. Everybody watching there on Facebook. And our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much. Amalian, Artful Nothing, Shrocky, Metal Oma, Wall Street and Shaggy, FLPS. Where'd it go? I'm not functioning at very high efficiency right now. FLPS 4. FLP5S4. Iriajith, thank you for subscribing. If I'm pronouncing that right. Cece, thanks for subscribing. Ehawk MPA, thanks for being a subscriber. Hadavar777, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. All of our subscribers and supporters over there, thank you so much. Wolf Bear, Terry, a.k.a. Fugawi, All That I Am, Chi-Town Bear, Douthus, Ascertainment, Factory Rejects MX. Thank you. And our YouTube members, shout out to all of our YouTube members. Crypto King, Laura in Detroit, Gemini Rose, CAC813, Ken Lance, Basic J, Epona 49, Cherry 94, Gemini Rose. I already said that. Ann Remington. Babs. I think I'm going to be. I don't think I'm going to be able to cover Egypt later. I think I'm going to be sleeping. Unfortunately, sorry. I apologize. Ron Dykeman, Songbird. Thank you for being members. Crypto King. All right. Again, I really, really appreciate you guys being here for our coverage of this. And I'm going to get some rest. And we will continue to cover developments in the Middle East and other big news stories. But I'm glad we were able to cover this. Retroplank, thanks for watching. 20 hostages, all 20 living hostages were returned to Israel today. I haven't heard that any of the 28 dead hostages were returned. It's unclear when that's going to happen. MC2157, thanks for watching. Vanko Dusan, thanks for watching. Watchwoman Alana. Stephanie Bradley. Pat W., thanks for being a member. John Bowl, Pam Bachman, NY Committee, thanks for being members. Thanks, BMX Kane, for watching. Sailor Pistol Star, Nor Corporation, Snow Corporation, thanks for watching. Oops, what am I even doing here? Where am I looking? I was going to look somewhere else. Christy Claft, Artist Caverlin, thanks for watching. Craig Hazard, RJ Gordon, thank you. Gary Jones, thanks Charlotte Webb for modding. Ann Spencer, Sandra Lehart. All right, guys, I am wrapping up. I need to get some rest, so sorry I can't go any longer, but I'm glad we got to cover all of that we covered. So that is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of the return of the hostages and also the prisoner release and Trump visiting Israel and addressing the Knesset. The Knesset. All right, guys. So that is it for now. Thank you so much again for watching. Thanks so much again to our moderators. I really appreciate it. And more news coverage soon. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.